Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 4 countries have recognised a Palestinian state, sparking strong reactions from Israel and setting the stage for today's UN conference. Meanwhile, Trump calls Charlie Kirk a martyr and praises his legacy at a packed Arizona memorial as his widow shares a message of forgiveness. And Trump's $100 H-1B visa fee sparks panic for Indian tech workers and sends IT stocks tumbling. Four countries, the UK, Canada, Australia and Portugal, have formally recognised a Palestinian state, a move hailed by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer as reviving hope for peace and a two-state solution. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu strongly rejected the move, calling it a reward for terror. Today, France and Belgium are expected to follow suit at a UN conference co-hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Israel's UN ambassador, Danny Danon, has said Israel and the United States are boycotting the summit. For more on this, I'm joined from London by international negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Great to have you back on the show, Nomi. Thank you for joining us. The UK, Canada and Australia have all backed a Palestinian statehood. Do you think this was the correct step by these Western allies? And what do you make of the timing?
Well, I think that, thank you first of all, Leigh Ann, for having me on the show. I think the timing has to do with the fact that Israel has announced that they will continue to settle the West Bank. And they've approved a program called the E1 that will absolutely sever the West Bank. And basically, it's the sort of last nail in the coffin of a Palestinian state. So the timing has a lot to do with preventing the de facto annexation of the West Bank and Gaza. The same goes for Gaza. I mean, Gaza is even worse in the sense that Israel controls, occupies the Strip and waging a war there, and the number of dead and wounded and buried under the rubble, as well as the hunger, malnourishment, disease spreading, is just beyond words. So I think the timing has an awful lot to do with the fact that a certain ultimatum was given, certainly by Sir Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, asking for a ceasefire and a halt of settlement. And there's no ceasefire and no halt of settlements. On the contrary, Israel went in to invade Gaza City, inhabited by over 1 million Gazans, and announced this really controversial settlement plan that is unprecedented. It's been on hold for 14 years due to diplomacy. It was a red line. Israel has crossed that red line, as well as many other red lines, including the attack on the mediators, the Hamas mediators in Qatar. So I think everything together has sort of come to a point where even the UK, that said they would recognise Palestine as a state with some conditionality, dropped the conditionality.
And the spokesperson for Hamas has declared victory. Are these countries rewarding terror, as Benjamin Netanyahu and many others have actually said?
Well, there's no doubt whatsoever that Hamas will flag it as a triumph for them. And I think that was part of what was expected. I don't think it's meant to be a reward for terror at all, and that was clear in the speeches that the 3 prime ministers made, the Prime Minister of the UK, Australia and Canada. But that said, it is definitely the way that Hamas views the move.
And dozens of world leaders are convening today in support of a two-state solution hosted by France and Saudi Arabia. In your opinion, is a two-state solution even a possibility? As you did mention to me, the E1 settlement plan and also what's happening in Gaza City. Have we completely lost the notion of a two-state solution and the negotiations to make that happen?
Well, I think it's not just the E1. I think the settlements have been expanding. E1, as I said, is the sort of nail in the coffin of a state. It's really just so controversial and severs it. But if you go to the West Bank, every single Palestinian village and town are surrounded by barbed wire. That is in addition to the separation wall, which also is like a snake. So already the West Bank is not looking particularly like contiguous Palestinian territory, with areas A, B, and C under the Oslo Accords. And Gaza, more than 80-90% of the buildings have already been razed to the ground, with the remaining ones being razed as we speak. So I think, yes, it's going to be very difficult, but that's why the timing was so important. It is vital that the declarations are accompanied by real action in order to make this happen. And the peace process needs to sort of get on the ground. Starting with a ceasefire, a release of all the hostages, an end of the war, and an implementation of the various plans, including the Arab Reconstruction Plan launched in January. There's a European plan, there's a new US plan that the Atlantic Council was a part of. Every day we're reading about new plans. They all have very similar tenets. They all call for the end of the war, a ceasefire, release of hostages, a technocratic Palestinian government supported by Gulf states, neighboring states, namely Egypt and Jordan, Europe and the US. So it's unless this is implemented and unless security guarantees for Israel are built into the plan, as well as for Palestine, for the future Palestinian states, but there is no way that Israel will allow for this to happen unless they understand where the security is going to come from, and to have the kinds of guarantees that they need to prevent another 7th of October from happening. So elections are going to obviously have to take place in Israel and in Palestine. Palestinian reforms are part and parcel of what the state leaders are expecting, as is a disarmament of Hamas. But it's easier said than done. Who is actually going to disarm them? Who is going to ensure that elections take place? Not to mention that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu could decide to attack Iran in order to prevent elections when his time comes up. And today, one of the contenders, former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who is going to run again for elections, issued an unequivocal statement warning against the fact that Netanyahu is replacing all the security forces chiefs with his cronies, his loyals, to say, look, we're not going to allow this to happen. Elections will have to take place at the scheduled time next year.
And what does the recognition of a Palestinian state mean right now for the people living under attack in Gaza? Will this help them or in any way, or will it actually stop Israel? Because we know they have the US backing.
So far, it hasn't stopped Israel. Well, there's a big question mark. The main issue is it gives them hope. That is the main change. I mean, it's not going to give them more food tomorrow. It's not going to stop the bombings now. Everything hinges on the meeting that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to have with US President Donald Trump later this week. So far, President Trump has prevented Israel, Netanyahu, from annexing the West Bank. There were calls within his government. His more extreme ministers, he's also very extreme himself, said that they would immediately, upon the statements of recognition, annex the West Bank and Gaza. That hasn't happened, and it's not going to happen, and I very much doubt that it will happen, certainly not before the meeting with Trump, and I assume that Trump will draw a line under this, because I think he realizes that the agreement, the Abraham Accord with the United Arab Emirates, is at stake. The UAE has stated loud and clear that if Israel annexes part of the West Bank, they will withdraw from the peace agreement, known also as part of the Abraham Accords, which of course is the greatest source of pride of US President Donald Trump, who brokered the deal in his first term. And I don't think Trump is going to want to risk it.
Naomi Bar Yaakov, it's always brilliant to have you on the show and your insights. Thank you for joining me. Let's continue this conversation with former Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy, who's now joining us live from Tel Aviv. Eylon, it's great to have you on the show. I don't know if you could hear the guest I was just speaking to regarding the West Bank and the meeting between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, which is due to happen. What's your thoughts on what she had to say? Is the West Bank a red line for the US?
Yeah, I think your previous guest was absolutely right. Hamas sees this decision to recognize a Palestinian state that does not exist as a reward. But that's a point we really need to linger on, because it means Hamas feels vindicated by its decision to launch war nearly 2 years ago. Hamas believes that that decision has paid off. Hamas believes that everything that has happened in the Gaza Strip has been worth it to advance international recognition. And that means that we are going to see more barbaric atrocities and more terrorism from Hamas, because the UK, Canada, and Australia are telling Hamas terrorism works at exactly the moment that we needed international pressure on Hamas to agree to end the war by freeing the hostages and laying down its arms. These countries are telling Hamas effectively, I know they'd be aghast to think this is what they're doing, but they're telling Hamas to dig its heels in, and that if they keep fighting, they will get international rewards, and that terrorism works. It's a terrible, terrible decision that is only going to sabotage any hope of a ceasefire and the release of those hostages.
Eylon, that's not the question I asked you at all. You didn't answer my question.
So I'll get back to your question regarding the West Bank. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Israel's countermeasures will wait until after he comes back from the UN General Assembly. And there is pressure in Israel to announce the application of Israeli law to areas of Judea and Samaria, what you call the West Bank. And the reason for that is that Israel now has an urgent interest to protect two national interests. The first is to establish its control over territory that it regards as existential for its security. Let's remember, Israel without the West Bank is only 9 miles wide. Just last week, the IDF arrested a Palestinian terror cell planning a rocket attack from the West Bank. And if Israeli troops were not there, we would see rocket attacks from the West Bank, just like we saw from the Gaza Strip after Israel withdrew. There is consensus in Israel, especially after October 7th, that we can never give up security control of the West Bank, or we will see October 7th on a much larger scale. And the second interest that Israel has is to prove to Palestinian terrorists that terrorism doesn't pay, because Western countries have given them an incentive to continue waging jihad, and Israel now needs to balance that by sending another message that terrorism does not pay. It's going to have to try to find a way to undo the damage that Western countries have done now by emboldening and empowering Hamas.
Eylon, Israel's settlements in the West Bank are deemed illegal under international law. Far-right ministers, we have to look, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, are calling for annexing the area after what you said is what Western key allies did by recognizing a Palestinian state. Is this revenge?
Well, Israel disputes the characterization of Israeli communities in Judea and Samaria, the biblical homeland of the Jewish people, as being illegal. It sees no reason why 19 years of an illegal Jordanian occupation from 1948 to 1967 means that Jews are not allowed to live in the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem or anywhere else in the area of Judea, which is where the word Jew literally comes from. But there will certainly be calls now for countermeasures, absolutely, to show Western countries that they cannot embolden terrorism, they cannot undermine Israeli security and expect there to be no response, because otherwise Israel will find other countries transgressing against its vital security interests, when Israel's key interest now is to establish security after a regional war that has seen our country attacked on 7 fronts.
Okay, Eylon, I hear you, but the reality is around 160 states do recognize a Palestinian statehood. There is a big international move in this direction because of Israel's actions inside Gaza and the E1 settlement plan. I don't know if you see if that's what these Western nations say they are trying to do through their speeches. They're saying they're not supporting Hamas. They want a two-state solution. What does Israel want to end this? Can you see that these countries are desperate to help the starving people inside Gaza?
Well, Western countries can say they're not supporting Hamas, but the fact is Hamas sees this as a vindication of its strategy to go to war. The fact is Hamas sees recognition as a fruit of the October 7th massacre. And if it thinks it's picking fruits, it's going to sow another harvest. Keir Starmer said this decision means that Hamas can have no role in the government of a Palestinian state. I have no idea how he would jump to that conclusion when the fact is that Hamas is not only the most popular political actor in Palestinian society, its support has more than doubled since the October 7th massacre because it is seen as delivering rewards. So Western countries, I'm sure, will be aghast to think that they're supporting terrorism, but in practice, they are emboldening and empowering Hamas. Now, the Israeli people want peace. We've had enough of war. This is the longest war in Israel's history. But peace is not going to come by making concessions that endanger Israeli security. It's not going to come by vindicating Hamas's decision to go to war. Peace will come through the total destruction of Hamas in Gaza, the demilitarization of Gaza, and the de-radicalization of Palestinian society. So the jihadi ideology that many people celebrated October 7th has no place. But for that to happen, it has to be clear that Hamas has lost the war it declared on October 7th, and it has to free the hostages. And if this war ends with Hamas still in power and with hostages still in Gaza, that's not going to lead to peace. It's going to lead to another war in Gaza in a few months or years down the line, because we will be stuck with the jihadi regime that is sworn to Israel's destruction on our doorstep. For the sake of peace, Hamas has to go.
According to reports, Hamas is sending a note to President Donald Trump, and they will offer to hand over half of the hostages in exchange for a 60-day ceasefire. Will Israel agree to this? But also, Elon, just another question. I've seen a lot of people speaking about Israel's want to eradicate Hamas, but can they eradicate the ideology?
So Hamas needs to free the hostages immediately and unconditionally. What we have now is not a negotiation, because there's nothing legitimate about holding hostages. We have kidnappers demanding a ransom, trying to extort a ransom. And Israel wants to get all the hostages out. There is a fear that if it accepts a ransom to get half the hostages out, it would doom the rest of them. There's no reason for Hamas to hold on to them, and we need international pressure on Hamas and its backers to get all of the hostages out immediately and unconditionally. But the opposite is happening now, because Hamas is being given reasons to keep holding on to those hostages. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question?
And a lot of people, Elon, have been speaking about Israel eradicating Hamas, and that being the idea, and that being the mission. But also, how many questions have been asked, do you eradicate the ideology of Hamas? Because as you said to me, Hamas's support has actually grown inside of Gaza.
Yeah, Israel's goal is to remove Hamas from power and to destroy its military capabilities, not necessarily to eliminate Islamism and jihadism, in the same way as a coalition of 70 nations fought to remove ISIS from power in Syria and Iraq, reducing Mosul and Raqqa to rubble in much the way that parts of Gaza look now, not to defeat jihadism, but to remove it from power so they cannot have a geographic base from which to plot attacks against Israel. And that's what Israel wants to do now. It wants to do to Hamas in Gaza what the world did to ISIS in Syria and Iraq. As for defeating Hamas's ideology, the only way that is going to happen is if it is proven that its ideology failed. If it's accepted that Hamas lost, that Hamas is responsible for the destruction it brought on Gaza by declaring a needless war and fighting that war from a network of tunnels underneath people's feet. But if this war ends with more international recognition and with Hamas thinking that it was rewarded and vindicated, that's not going to remove Hamas's popularity. That's going to increase Hamas's popularity. So all countries, European, Arab nations that want to fight against Hamas's toxic jihadi ideology need to make sure that Hamas loses the war that it started and that it knows it lost the war that it started, because if it thinks it's getting rewarded, it will be empowered and it will do this again and again.
Elon Levy, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. US President Donald Trump hailed conservative activist Charlie Kirk as a great American hero and a martyr at a packed memorial service in Arizona. Tens of thousands gathered to honor Kirk, who was shot dead on September the 10th, and speakers praised his political activism and also his faith. Trump's remarks, at times combative, contrasted with Kirk's widow, Erica, who forgave her husband's alleged killer. Take a listen to what President Trump had to say.
In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
For more on this, I'm joined from Arizona by Errol Markouch, spokesperson for Republican Overseas. Errol, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. The memorial of Charlie Kirk drew tens of thousands of mourners to Arizona yesterday. You were there to pay your respects. Can you describe what the atmosphere was like?
Yes, it was beyond anything I've ever experienced in politics, in religion, or in just social engineering and grouping. It was a Trump rally mixed with the Holy Spirit, people from around the world, from different walks of life, all who had converged there. Many people had personal anecdotes or events that had brought them there. And it was just an atmosphere of love. And as you had touched on, Erica Kirk's forgiveness of the killer. It was tremendous. On a personal note, Charlie introduced me to my fiance 6 years ago, and we're getting married in December. We went down to the memorial to deliver his invitation there, and obviously not the best circumstances for that, but we saw people there praying for the soul of the assassin. So I want to just stress to anybody watching this that this was a gigantic festival of love, true love. You had the entire administration of the U.S. government there. Effectively, the U.S. government put everything on pause for 24 hours to honor Charlie Kirk and his work that he's done through college activism. And now as he became a young man is in great part why we have a President Trump today and why we have Republican leadership in the House and Senate. And so, to put a very tight word on it, I would say it was the biggest celebration of love I have ever seen in my life.
And Errol, you just mentioned there that Charlie introduced you to your fiancée. You're due to get married. You went there to deliver the invitation, and approximately 90,000 people actually gathered for Charlie Kirk's memorial yesterday in Arizona. What was Charlie Kirk like as a friend to you, and why did so many people resonate with him and his politics and his beliefs?
I think it's really important to understand how young Charlie was when he was killed at 31. When I first met Charlie, I was an undergraduate at UC Berkeley, and we couldn't get him there. Berkeley's too competitive to get there, but he was the first person to show up and sort of give young conservatives and college campuses the attention that none of us had. Now, granted, back then it was such a fractional movement that he didn't really know much, and Charlie was a little bit younger than me, but he had this passion and this drive and this belief to come out to California into the absolute hornet's nest, and at least he stood for us. And then later on in life, I had the really great honor of playing a very small role in helping him and Jack Ross and the people at Turning Point UK launch Turning Point UK, and Charlie brought me with him as a guest to Mar-a-Lago after talking with me just for a few minutes after remembering that we had been friends 4 or 5 years before. And he opened his world to me. He brought me and he introduced me to people. But more importantly, he taught me how to debate people professionally. And the reason why I'm sitting here today, why I've been on media career for 6-7 years, I'm not saying just because of Charlie Kirk, but Charlie was the first person to tell me, hey, don't be angry. Go out and debate them. Watch me do it. And it's tough when you're older than somebody to take advice from a younger man. Easy to admit that. But Charlie actually lived what he said. And even if you were kind of like, man, I don't know if I want to do that, or I'm in college, I don't know if I want to be part of a conservative or even Christian movement, Charlie was unabashedly faithful. He didn't have a problem with anybody of different beliefs. He wanted you to debate him. And I think one of the coolest things about what he did was he built this Turning Point USA organization. And when I finally went there with him, I was surprised to find that it was like 75% the most normal people you would ever imagine students from across the country, back and forth. And then the last 25% of the people there were just policy nerds, like kids who were really into trade policy. It was the least like controversial group of people I'd ever been around. And it was so inspiring to see that Charlie had brought these young people as I was transitioning out of college. So then I graduated as a postgrad and I went on, and Charlie had the rest of his career, and then he was, killed as he became a man effectively with a beautiful wife and 2 kids. So, Charlie was a kind man. He had so many friends, so many people who have these type of stories about him. Anybody on television is going to tell you a positive interaction. And Charlie touched so many people, and he was living on airplanes. I can relate to that. And, he goes around and he meets people, but in that short time he's with you, there's no lie in the man. There's nothing but kindness, and he gives you his trust and his faith. And nobody I know broke that trust, because Charlie had that sort of spirit about him, and he practiced what he preached. In the end, he was shot for that.
And let's talk a little bit more about Erica Kirk. I watched the memorial, and she delivered an extremely moving and brave speech. And she said she forgives her husband's accused killer. Pretty remarkable, I thought. This has actually divided opinion with some people over in the US, saying it undermines the seriousness of the crime and the pursuit of justice. What do you think about how Erica Kirk conducted herself? And she's a lady of faith.
Well, I think she conducted herself the same way that Charlie did. They always said God first. God, family, country. And in the Christian belief, you forgive your enemies. Now, most people don't have the capacity to do that. I mean, myself included, I'm there watching her forgive the man who killed her husband, somebody who she loves and spent all of her time with her. I don't know if I have that power in me, and I barely know Charlie as much as her. You saw President Trump when he went out there and he made that comment, well, I don't forgive my enemies. I mean, that's how a lot of us feel. But, how we behave politically and in the judicial system and in our lives as human beings that we all do is different than how a true believer Christian believes in the salvation of their soul. And Erica Kirk, what a funny slip. Erica Kirk, she said, if I don't forgive this man, then when I get to heaven and God says an eye for an eye, is that how we do things? Then maybe she wouldn't be able to join Charlie in heaven. So for her to make it to heaven, she was willing to forgive her killer almost at 0 hour. And it was shocking, not shocking, really, like it's something you believe that they would do, but in your soul and in everybody's eyes, I mean, to see her do that, I mean, and I'll say this, a lot of us who are angry, well, it's going to be really tough for us to be angry if she's given up that forgiveness. And I think she's done a great favor to a lot of, especially young men who maybe carry that anger a little bit harder. And you see somebody like that who's really has no reason to forgive do it. I think it's an example. It's a leadership. And that's why she's the new CEO and chairman and leadership of Turning Point USA. I think her mission now is to bring all the young women on board after Charlie brought all the young men on board. And we can really make America great again, as Charlie hoped.
It was so brilliant to get your views. Thank you so much for speaking to us about your friend Charlie Kirk. And I also wish you have a lovely wedding coming up soon. Errol, once again, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you very much. A wave of panic has hit Indian tech communities after US President Donald Trump announced a $100,000 fee for H-1B visas, sparking confusion among skilled workers and companies reliant on the very program. India slammed the move, warning of humanitarian consequences, and said Washington is afraid of our talent. Meanwhile, shares of major Indian IT firms tumbled as companies face higher costs and uncertainty over sending staff to the US. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Daniel DiMartino, fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Daniel, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Can I just start by asking, what is an H-1B visa, and why has Donald Trump's decision to increase the amount companies pay for one caused such an outcry?
Yeah, the H-1B visa is the main college-educated immigrant visa, meaning it's the main pathway for foreigners who want to come and live in the United States to apply for and be sponsored by a company that is here. Only about 85,000 are allowed per year to come to the United States for-profit companies because the demand is so high in the hundreds of thousands. There's a lottery every year for these slots. And so there has been a lot of debates for really over a decade how the lottery is really not meeting the demands of the economy because it's random. So a lot of low-wage firms get it, in addition to high-wage firms too. So the panic was caused because the executive order came out of nowhere. There was a lot of confusion over whether it would impact people who currently hold a visa, not just future recipients, and whether they would be prohibited from coming back to the United States. So a lot of people rushed to the airport. So that's the matter at hand right now.
And actually, will the new fee of $100,000 per application only apply to applicants, or does it also apply to renewals? Because there seems to be some confusion surrounding this. We've heard conflicting reports from the Trump administration itself.
Yeah, the executive order was, in my opinion, really badly written for what they now finally have clarified they intend to do. The $100,000 fee does not apply to renewals or extensions or people who are inside the country. Really, even if they tried to apply it as they wish to new visa, H-1B visa applications, they're going to have a really hard time for people who are already in the country, because the U.S. Immigration and Nationality Act is very clear that you cannot just create a $100,000 fee for people who are in the country. Now, the State Department may get away with a travel ban for people who are outside the country who have not been issued visas, on telling them they can't come unless they pay this amount. But for most of the people who get the H-1B visa who are international students, there's probably going to be a lawsuit that's going to strike down the $100,000 fee for people inside the country.
And Daniel, which companies and countries will most be affected by this very change that we're seeing? Will it be Indian companies who were the biggest beneficiary to this visa for many years?
Well, actually, the biggest requester and employer of H-1B visas in the United States right now is Amazon. It's also Intel. It's also many other, Oracle. It's also many other really AI-focused tech companies in America. But the other big beneficiary, you're right, is these Indian outsourcing firms that do pay generally lower wages than Amazon or, say, perhaps Goldman Sachs and other financial companies. The other big hit is going to come for the healthcare sector, which is the largest sector, as well as education, that employs H-1B immigrants in addition to tech. You see, there's a lot of rural hospitals in America that depend on doctors that win the H-1B lottery or are even exempt from the lottery because they're nonprofit organizations. And so very few American doctors ever want to practice in those areas. And if you cut off that flow, those small towns are not going to have doctors.
And it's quite interesting, actually, you say that, because the White House says doctors may be exempt from the H-1B visa fees. This is according to Bloomberg News. It's been reported by Ed Ludlow on X. And I wonder if we're going to see more of this, Daniel, some rollback to that executive order that was written.
Well, it would make a lot of sense because as they rolled it out, a lot of people told them the negative consequences that it would have because they really had no input from the public doing this. This would usually be done through rulemaking, not through an executive order out of nowhere on a Friday night. The big issue, though, is that all of this could be solved if Congress simply passed a law saying that the H-1B visa won't be a lottery anymore. Companies will either have to bid on the market for the visa, or we will just select the highest wage applicants, which would be my preference. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're just going to encourage companies that are not going to want to pay the $100,000 to open a subsidiary in Canada, to open even a subsidiary in India, and then try to transfer those workers to America through another visa called the L1. They're going to be able to trick the system, or they're just going to create jobs abroad. And that's obviously not the goal of the U.S. immigration system.
And India has slammed the move, warning of humanitarian consequences. But Daniel, what are the real-life repercussions of this decision by the Trump administration when it comes to the H-1B visa?
Well, I don't think that the U.S. government should be concerned of the humanitarian consequences in India of their own immigration policy. The goal of U.S. immigration policy should be to put the U.S. national interest first. My concern with the limitations on H-1B visas is that the evidence is very clear that they help companies innovate, that they help companies grow. We wouldn't have Silicon Valley today if we didn't have an H-1B visa since the 90s. Because so many people, including Elon Musk, including Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, even Melania Trump, the First Lady of the United States, came to America on H-1B visas. America will be a much different, poorer, and probably worse country without this immigration pathway, which is not perfect, as I mentioned, but the consequences would be dire for innovation in the long run if this program were to stop existing.
Daniel Di Martino, it's been brilliant to have your analysis on the show. Thank you for joining us. Saudi Arabia and Syria have launched a digital health bridge connecting Syria's hospitals to the world's largest virtual hospital in Riyadh. The initiative, using AI and telemedicine, allows Syrian patients to access specialized care remotely, and that's for the very first time. Joanne Serra reports.
Saudi Arabia and Syria have announced a new chapter in regional healthcare cooperation by launching the Virtual Health Bridge. The initiative connects Syria's health system directly to Saudi Arabia's Saha Virtual Hospital. That's the largest of its kind in the world. And it already delivers more than 51 million consultations every year using AI and telemedicine. To mark the launch, ministers from both countries gathered at the Saudi Ministry of Health, where the very first Syrian patient received remote treatment live through the Saha Virtual Hospital system. And speaking to Arabiya English, Saudi Health Minister Fahad Abdurrahman Al-Jalajal explained that this link gives Syrian patients access to rare specialties and cutting-edge digital services, improving care in ways that weren't possible before.
We're glad today to really announce the start of the virtual hospital between Dimashq and Riyadh. We were glad today to see between Dimashq and Riyadh multiple consultants really consulting around one case, and we're happy that the virtual hospital will extend the cooperation in multiple disciplines. I was really happy to see His Excellency and the Minister of ICT in Syria both joining forces in establishing a better services and really linking the digital link between the two hospitals. This link will open multiple consultation between workforce in Syria and workforce in Saudi around different cases. All the subspecialty in Saudi is in the hands of our health minister in Syria. Any subspecialty requested from King Faisal, King Fahad, King Abdulaziz will be available through that link. So we'll be adding more disciplines into this care, and we're extending from a single hospital currently in Dimashq to multiple hospitals, inshallah.
The two sides also signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen Syria's healthcare system. The agreement focuses on digital health, AI-driven treatment, and crisis management, aiming to make services more resilient and sustainable. Looking ahead, the minister said this partnership is only the beginning as Saudi Arabia plans to expand digital health cooperation, build technical capacity, and share expertise, with Syria now seen as a key partner in this vision for regional healthcare resilience. For now, this digital link is seen as the foundation of a long-term collaboration. Joanne Serra, Arabiya English.
Now let's go to the top business news. And Amazon goes on trial today over a US lawsuit claiming the company uses tricky tactics to sign up millions of customers for its Prime service. The Federal Trade Commission says Amazon employs dark patterns that make cancelling plans nearly impossible. The FTC is seeking fines, refunds for affected customers, and a court order to change how cancellations work. US President Donald Trump says media mogul Rupert Murdoch and his son could be involved in a potential TikTok takeover in the US. The White House says Americans would hold 6 of the 7 seats on a planned TikTok board. Trump has delayed a congressional order shutdown of the app 4 times after lawmakers demanded ByteDance sell its US assets. A reminder of our top stories. 4 countries have recognised a Palestinian state as sparking strong reactions from Israel and setting the stage for today's UN conference. Meanwhile, Trump calls Charlie Kirk a martyr and praises his legacy at a packed Arizona memorial as his widow shares a message of forgiveness. And Trump's $100 HB1 visa fee sparks panic for Indian tech workers and sends IT stocks tumbling. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. The Rail Deal with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the Saudi Central Bank cuts its repo rate by 25 basis points to 4.75% following the Federal Reserve's quarter-point rate reduction. We ask, what does this Fed decision mean for the kingdom's economy? And as Saudi Arabia's renewable energy market continues to undergo major transformation, we'll be speaking to the regional VP of Engie. We'll be asking him what role the French energy giant is playing in that transition. And Saudi Arabia and Pakistan sign a defence pact pledging that an attack on either nation would be considered an attack on both. We'll find out more from a Pakistani government spokesperson who accompanied the Prime Minister on that visit to Riyadh. Plus, Riyadh hosts the Money 2020 Middle East Conference, billed as one of the world's most important fintech gatherings. We'll have more for you on that. Straight to our top story, the decision by the US Federal Reserve to cut interest rates for the first time this year. Well, this cut was a cut to the tune of 25 basis points. The immediate impact of a Fed cut is lower borrowing costs across the public and private sectors and potentially a softer dollar, which can be associated with Fed easing, something that could support oil prices. Well, the Saudi rial is, of course, pegged to the US dollar, and the Saudi Central Bank has announced a cut to its repurchase agreement rate by a corresponding quarter of a percentage point. Well, let's find out more now about the possible impact of this Fed decision on the Saudi economy. I'm here in the studio with Jamil Ahmed, who is a global markets commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Not the first time we've spoken. Great to have you back. So we've seen the US Central Bank finally making that decision after a lot of pressure, a lot of speculation, and calls from the Trump administration as well to cut interest rates. What's taken them so long to do this, do you think? And what impact is it going to have on Saudi Arabia?
Let's start with Saudi Arabia first. If we're looking at the 2030 strategic vision, obviously now we're in the final 5 years of that path. Low interest rates are beneficial for investment. We have so many companies and international expatriates and so forth who are relocating to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, so lower interest rates are a benefit there. We also have the Saudi stock market. As emerging markets and the Saudi Arabian economy and market is opening up, we're seeing tremendous increases in sentiment for the Tadawul and the Saudi Arabian stock market as a whole. That trend's likely to continue now that the US Central Bank has indicated that it will continue to lower interest rates over the upcoming period. In terms of why the central bank waited so long in 2025, we have to remember they were very active in 2024 with multiple interest rate cuts. But actually, it comes down to the Trump administration and the tariff uncertainty. The Fed were always on course to lower interest rates this year. But what's actually put a pause on that button is the tariff uncertainty, which, of course, we had those tariffs that were introduced in April in terms of what the tariff rates would be. But we had so many renegotiations, changing deadlines, and actually the line in the sand in terms of the final figures on what those tariff rates will be didn't come out and be official until August. So the Fed were waiting to see what impact it would have on the US economy, the uncertainty that this would bring on for businesses, and basically the US Central Bank were none of the wiser in terms of knowing what the Trump administration would agree on, like everybody else, all businesses, industries, economies, and so forth. That's essentially why they waited, but it's put some pressure on the central bank. A lot of expectations now that maybe they've moved too late because you've got some softening with US economic data. You've also got some weakness when it comes to US economic industries and so forth. But at the same time, there was nothing the Fed could do but wait to see what the impact would be.
OK, so we've had a weaker US dollar, I think it's fair to say, throughout the course of 2025. And I'm just wondering to myself, and listening to what you're saying there, does that, do you think, bring opportunities to Saudi Arabia?
It does. If you look at the hub now of Saudi Arabia, international events, expos and so forth that are taking place, if you're an international traveller going into Saudi Arabia, you're having tremendous discounts. For example, the euro has strengthened by around 10% and above against the US dollar this year. This means if you're traveling from Europe now to Saudi Arabia, you're basically getting a discount on your visit. At the same time, if you're looking at it from our perspectives of those who actually reside in the Middle East and the GCC, clearly we're not able to send as much money back home as perhaps we were used to, but there's an opportunity here to help the domestic economy grow. If you're looking at the non-GDP government revenues have increased by around they're up 49% above a year ago, where it was 40%. Actually, non-GDP revenues over the second quarter grew by 6.6% on an annualized basis. And with the upcoming Saudi national holiday that's taking place, opportunities for retail sales, consumer spending and so forth, there's opportunities for the likes of us who are expatriates now to help the GCC economies and the Saudi economy grow as well.
OK, so if supposing the Saudi riyal continues to weaken, and the probability that the dollar is going to continue that trend of weakening as well, what other benefits could we see that translate into for the Saudi economy?
Well, let's look at what's taking place now already. You have an international businesses setting up headquarters, setting up hubs, and continuing to employ in Saudi Arabia. Now that the Saudi currency with the US dollar is in line to continue to weaken, there's more opportunities there through the lower interest rates to continue to invest in the local economy, continue to grow international hubs and so forth out of Riyadh. That's a trend that I think is already starting to take place and is more likely than not going to continue, because if you look at the US Central Bank expectations now, we're expecting multiple more interest rate cuts in light with the sudden weakness in US economic data, mainly on the jobs front. But as we know, jobs and consumer spending are such a key element of the US economy. It's the biggest contributor to consumer spending of the GDP. So with that likely to weaken, that means there'll be more focus on lower interest rates, which brings more opportunities to Saudi Arabia because those interest rates will also get lower. And that's more incentive for international businesses to continue investing in the region.
OK, and obviously the world is deeply interconnected. Just talk us through some of the themes that Saudi investors should watch out for during the remainder of 2025 and what this could all mean for the Saudi economy.
Well, we've already mentioned the interest rate expectations. That's going to remain an ongoing theme. What we're looking out for now, though, is we mentioned the uncertainty that the tariffs have brought to the world economy. Now that we actually have those tariff rates being finalized and some key negotiations are taking place with certain economies, we're going to start to see how this is impacting economic data. because at the moment, all we've had over the past 6 months is uncertainty. Naturally, for the world economy, uncertainty is never a benefit. However, now that we have those tariff rates that are being finalized, and some are actually being finalized at much lower tariff levels than what was threatened in early April, this means the economic sentiment should start to improve in light with continuity. And this is something I think will also bring opportunities to the GCC and the Saudi economy, because you've already got so many businesses that are setting up hubs here. That's going to continue, but if we have a more stable global economic environment, naturally this brings more stability to the economic sentiment in the region as well.
OK, time for you to get your crystal ball out and give us an outlook for the rest of the year 2025. And in turn, how you think whatever you're going to tell us will impact the Saudi economy.
Essentially, what we're looking for now is more continuity, because 2025 has been very much up in the air, and it's been like watching a TV drama and so forth, seeing so many plot twists, we're seeing so many narratives change. Now we're going to start to get more of a steady ship. This steady ship is therefore going to be more about promoting economic continuity for everybody. But for the region too, this is going to be a benefit, because businesses can now begin to, I would say, anticipate what 2026 and the final 5 years of the 2020s are going to bring. Of course, this naturally fits in with the 2030 vision, where there's a lot of ambitions, but those ambitions are going to be, I would say, more in line to be met with global economic sentiment being more stable.
OK, and just lastly, I wanted to ask you about gold, because it's had a pretty eventful year, hasn't it? I mean, up about 40% since the start of the year. I think 1 ounce is now at about $3,600 US. Do you expect the frenzy to continue?
Yes, I do. And actually, if you look over the past 5 years, gold is close to double in value. Of course, the past 1 year has brought tremendous opportunities in gold, but now we're hitting more all-time highs after all-time highs. We've got so many records here that I think we're losing count of how many milestones being met. Essentially, if you look at a couple of different factors here, you have central bank expectations are going to continue to get weaker for interest rates. Naturally, this has historically benefited sentiment towards gold. Also, if you're looking at specifically at the Fed and that pressure that they're under to cut interest rates, there's doubt now that the Fed moved too late, because you're already seeing economic data weaken, although that's not the Fed's problem because of the tariff uncertainty. Nonetheless, as you're getting the Trump administration starting to nominate more and more members into the Federal Reserve Committee as voting members too, there's going to be more public pressure on lower interest rates, which means a weaker US dollar sentiment. It means a more beneficial sentiment for emerging markets and so forth. But also this benefits gold. So I think that, yes, we haven't hit the end of I would say the light's still at the end of the tunnel in terms of seeing more historic highs ahead.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. Always a pleasure talking to you. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
In an exclusive interview here on Arabiya English, we'll be getting the latest on a defence pact signed between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, I'll be speaking to Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson, for all the details on that deal. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a defence pact pledging that any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the Al Yamama Palace. Well, in a statement, the visiting Pakistani Prime Minister thanked the Crown Prince for his, quote, keen interest in expanding Saudi investments, trade and business ties. Well, accompanying the Pakistani Prime Minister on that visit to Riyadh was Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson who joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Now, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a strong and historic relationship. Military ties between the two countries go back decades. Why is this deal so significant in your opinion?
I think it's the relationship that you're referring to, which goes back since the creation of Pakistan. And frankly, if you look at the roots of this relationship, they go back 1,400, 1,500 years. So the brotherhood that had historically, I think, has manifested itself in various ways. At every juncture when Pakistan has needed support, the kingdom has been by the Pakistani side, whether it was economic development or defense-related matters or diplomacy. The kingdom was already there and always there. And same goes for Pakistan. If you walk down the streets of Pakistan, you would find out that even a common man would say that we are going to be there by the side of our Saudi brethren if the two holy mosques are ever attacked. And it needed no treaty. Every Pakistani would tell you the same. So I think what was implicit before and unstated has taken the form of a treaty. And that's the most significant part of this treaty, that it's now kind of a relationship which is documented. But this relationship has been there forever.
OK, so let's talk about what's been agreed on. An attack on one nation means an attack on both. And I want to ask you, what message does that send out to the world?
I think it sends out the message of brotherhood. And it sends out the same message that the North Atlantic Treaty gave to the world, that this is not offensive, this is not aggressive, this is not against anyone. This is a defensive treaty where countries who have cultural ties, who have religious ties, who have all kinds of relationships, economic relationships, other relationships, they come together and they're going to exchange technology, they're going to exchange training, they're going to share innovations, and they're going to have joint military exercises to make sure that the experiences that we've had over the past several decades being extremely better, battle hard, and has, we share them and become a formidable force.
OK, just talk us through some of the details of the deal. What concretely does it provide for?
I mean, it's kind of like many other defensive. I think the best way of looking at it is to look at NATO. It's not an aggressive treaty. It doesn't fight for attacking anyone. But if any of the countries in NATO framework are attacked, it would be deemed as if all of them have been attacked. So we've had this relationship or tacit understanding for several decades, or frankly, forever. It's just that we've now articulated it in the form of a treaty.
OK, and do you think this deal is going to make the region safer? And as an extension of that question, do you think the deal could be extended to other countries in the Gulf?
I think very good relationships, very deep relationships with other countries. But the kind of relationship that we have with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unprecedented. So I'm not terribly sure how our relationship with other countries would pan out. But if there was a larger work, and I'm not committing to anything, but I would like to believe that if there was a larger framework which created more stability and more peace, Pakistan is always open to discuss that lead to peace and stability. So we would take into account anything that comes our way, but only in the way of something that creates peace and stability in the region and doesn't create any, we don't want to be part of anything that destabilizes the region.
OK, and of course, you've just come back from Riyadh, and I saw all the flags there welcoming the Pakistani delegation to the Saudi capital in the last few days, as well as strengthening defence cooperation with the kingdom. Just tell us what else was agreed during that state visit.
I think this round was exclusively about our defence agreement. And we spoke about a lot of different elements of that, including, as I mentioned to you earlier, exercises, technologies, and sharing, intelligence sharing, technology sharing, and so on and so forth. So this visit was primarily focused on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Musaddiq Malik, Pakistani government spokesperson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, you can see that exclusive interview in full on our Saudi business show, The Real Deal, which airs as ever on Monday. Let's get a quick check of some of the other top stories from the week. Saudi Arabia and New Zealand have signed deals valued at some $100 million. This was announced as Wellington's Trade Minister Todd McClay visited Riyadh. Well, McClay brought with him a large delegation aimed at promoting trade and investment ties with the kingdom. Foxconn's Saudi joint venture FIT has announced plans to build its first manufacturing base in the Middle East. This new base in Saudi Arabia, which will make electric vehicle chargers, is expected to begin production in 2026. And this supports the kingdom's target of having 30% of cars electric by the year 2030. And the Chinese tech giant Tencent has announced that it is stepping up its investments in Saudi Arabia. The internet and tech giant says it's in the final stages of launching a new data center in Riyadh, adding that Saudi Arabia is the company's gateway to the Middle East. While Tencent's cloud projects align with the kingdom's digital transformation agenda, which is central to Vision 2030. Now, in line with and fueled by Vision 2030, the renewable energy market in Saudi Arabia is undergoing major transformation. Well, renewables generated some 2 gigawatts of energy during the year 2024. And within the next decade, that figure could be closer to 40 gigawatts. Well, on this programme, we've spoken to the CEO of one of the key players in this segment. That is Marco Arcelli, the CEO of Aqua Power. But there are other international and regional companies operating in the renewable energy market in Saudi Arabia, amongst them Alphanar Group, EDF Renewables, Masdar, and the French energy giant Engie. Well, speaking of Engie, we're joined now by Turki Elsheri, who is Engie's regional vice president for the GCC region. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure joining you, and thank you for providing us this opportunity.
Now, Engie has had a presence in the region for more than 30 years. Just talk us through, what are your main activities and your main projects underway in this region?
Our projects in the region was mainly based on thermal plants. When you look back 20, 30 years ago, we were one of the first developers in the IPP business, which is the public-private partnerships. So also quite a pioneer in that area. Moving forward, and as a result of the changes with respect to decarbonization happening in the region, with the targets being put in place, we're now also highly focused on renewables, battery storage, carbon storage. We do also a lot on desalination. That's been a legacy projects. However, it's changing now, mainly with the use of RO, the use of integrated solar sites as well. And really we're just shifting or transitioning to becoming a utility, best-in-class utility when it comes to decarbonization. So I would say that we not only just continue our legacy assets, but also introducing new technologies that help support the region in achieving their carbonization objectives and targets.
Thank you very much indeed for that. I mean, clearly, lots on the Engie radar. Now, I wanted to ask you, I mean, you're a Saudi national, and you are, of course, responsible for a region which is described by Engie as being a priority region. Why do you think it's such a priority?
I think it's a priority region considering all the changes that are taking place in terms of infrastructure projects, not just on the energy sector, but also on the plans and initiatives they want to forgo in terms of global presence, in terms of foreign direct investments. So this enormous change obviously impacts our scope with respect to energy, because they're becoming far more welcoming with respect to regulations, with respect to how we operate, with respect to localization, industrialization, and this pretty much helps accelerate the activities that we're undergoing. You know, if you look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, the focus was really mainly on EPC types of contracts, right? So the idea is You bring in EPC players to build your facility, to build your infrastructure. 2-3 years, they're gone, and you operate it. That was the majority of projects. But I think moving forward, what we're seeing and continue to see, and I believe will be the direction moving forward, is no, let's bring in foreign direct investments. Let's bring in that technology, that know-how, and have that long-term partnership, not just the 3 years where they build it and then leave, but rather come in, continue, grow, integrate, and really create a long-term international presence of foreign investments in the region. So I think it's a big change that has helped us not just accelerate our activities, but really integrate many other technologies, know-how, innovate, work on long-term opportunities, as opposed to where in the past they were far more shorter term.
Now, before we go into any of the specifics of some of the areas you've discussed, like battery storage and desalination, let's look at the broader picture. We are obviously a show focused on Saudi Arabia, and I want to ask you, what are your goals and priorities here in Saudi Arabia?
So for Saudi Arabia, I think what's also fascinating, and I would say maybe the initial start was the 2016 vision, the 2030 vision that was put out in 2016, that focused again on the PPP projects and the decarbonization targets. And as a result of that, I would say the major shift was in renewables, in solar, in wind, and you see that progressing as the years come. Initially, it was solar projects, wind projects. Now they're moving towards battery storage. Now they're moving towards H2. We're now beginning discussions on carbon storage as well. We're looking into how to look at the value of valorizing the brine that comes from desalination projects, integrating desalination with solar. So it's really quite a big change and an aggressive growth when it comes to meeting the targets that they have put in place in the vision for Saudi Arabia. And I think it aligns perfectly with Engie's objectives. Wanting as Engie, wanting to become the #1 utility when it comes to the transition of decarbonization, and aligning with Saudi's 2060 targets for net zero, I think is a good alignment with respect to achieving not just our objectives, but also ensuring that we achieve the country's objectives. So from that perspective, I would say the growth continues to be on desalination, cleaner desalination, using reverse osmosis and solar integration, as well as continuing to grow in renewables, continuing to grow in battery storage, and looking at the long-term outlook of how to actually valorize all of this with the industry as well. So the growth, I believe, will continue to happen. It's pretty much exponential growth as we see taking place. You're seeing far more players coming into the game, and I think this is what we can expect to see for the years to come.
Okay, and obviously, Ms. Al-Shari, the geopolitical situation across the globe changing pretty fast, isn't it? And I'm just wondering whether the return of a second Trump presidency has changed anything, in particular for renewables, and as far as Engie is concerned. What do you think?
I think I wouldn't say it changed anything for Engie, because Engie has continued to consider the region and Saudi Arabia in specific to be a core country for growth. I do see changes for other companies as well, because I think it also shows the importance of diversifying where you grow for these international developers. And it's not to say that there's a perfect country out there where every country and every region has their own challenges. The U.S. is obviously going through their current challenges, and I would say maybe the biggest understanding of that is the importance to diversify. It doesn't put or give away anything in terms of the growth. The U.S. is still obviously growing at crazy rates, right? 60 gigawatts a year of renewables. But I think with the current policies in place, it does show that companies that have diversified their portfolio are obviously in a much, much stronger position. So for Engie, no change. We continue to to value the growth and the relationship in Saudi, and that has always been and will continue to be.
Okay, and Mr. Al-Shahri, I mean, Engie has clearly signed some pretty big deals during the last few years. Some of the big infrastructure projects in Saudi Arabia are very much projects you're involved with. The ones that spring to mind are Riyadh Airport, NEOM, the PIF hydrogen project. Have you got any updates on any of those deals for us?
So with respect to the energy efficiency projects, we're still working, every year it's roughly 3-4 projects that we're working on in the public sector when it comes to energy efficiency. When it comes to carbon storage, we're still obviously it's still being discussed in the country, and we're supporting it from our international experience in that area because we also have gas storage facilities across Europe. So we're able to work with the country, not just to what is related to our scope of work, which is the thermal assets, but rather how our understanding of where to best store CO2, what networks to use, what the economics look like. So we actually go above and beyond our scope of building projects, and we work with the Ministry of Energy, we work with Aramco on that long-term outlook. So with respect to that, I would say there's nothing as of today in terms of specific infrastructure that we're investing in. It's more of preparing the ecosystem, aligning on the studies and discussing what is the best way to pursue such projects.
Okay. And obviously, I mean, water security, a key issue right across the region. And you've talked a bit about desalination and what Engie brings to the table in that respect. It was reported earlier on in the year that Engie had divested from desalination projects in Kuwait and Bahrain. And I was just wondering why you're here, if you could tell us what the rationale for that was.
So when it comes to certain divestments we make, I think it's common amongst many companies, right? Because you try to regenerate capital, in addition to identifying areas where you can decarbonize and meet your decarbonization targets. So some of these assets that we divested was solely for the purpose to obviously ensure that the portfolio that we have meets our 2040 targets of net zero in scope 1, 2, 3. And some of these assets are obviously outdated, and as a result, would not support our projections of meeting that net zero target. So I think that's something that's common. It does not change at all our interest in the region and our growth, but clearly sends the signal that the growth of Engie would be focused towards decarbonization objectives. So we do not, I know that, for example, in many countries around the world, there's still a lot of push on keeping coal assets, extending certain older gas plants because of security of supply. However, for Engie, our target is purely to ensure that we continue the objective of decarbonization, and our involvement would be towards that objectives, not to remain in legacy issues that are high carbon emitters, but rather work on developing new assets. And in some cases today, the older assets we have, if we do not see, ideally we would like to decarbonize the assets. So some assets we have today in Saudi Arabia, we're working with the authorities to make them more efficient, to add newer technologies that help us ensure that we're achieving that target. And in some cases where we would need to divest, we would divest obviously in a strategic fashion to ensure that there's no impact whatsoever on the availability or reliability or security of supply of energy to those specific countries.
Okay, now AI and data centers are a big focus across the globe. Saudi Arabia really embracing AI with the launch of companies like Humane. And I'm just wondering where you see Engie fitting in with those ambitions.
So with this respect, we're already very involved and have been involved. It's obviously going at a much faster rate with AI, but with respect to data centers, we've always been engaged in the design of data centers, in co-location with respect to data centers, providing 24/7 energy. And this was happening globally. Obviously now it's accelerating at enormous rates. Every country, including obviously the region, is focusing on building data centers, becoming a global hub. Saudi Arabia obviously taking lead. And I think Saudi Arabia has a huge advantage when it comes to low-cost renewable energy. And to give you an example, if you look at Microsoft, for example, Microsoft had always been able to achieve 24/7 renewable energy since 2015, right? So nearly a decade ago. But how did they achieve that? They achieved that through carbon credits, right? So they would buy carbon credits or green credits and then be able to outset their conventional energy use. SBTI accepts that, right? But moving forward, that's not going to last. What happens is they start to say, no, you can't simply offset your conventional energy. You would actually need to use clean energy. And I think that's what these GAFMs, right, the Googles, Microsofts, and so forth are moving towards, is, okay, yes, you can claim 24/7 clean energy, but reality is it's not, you're just offsetting it with credits. And now they're really, and through Engie support on a global scale, we're building 24-hour clean energy. Saudi Arabia has a huge advantage with respect to that because you have lots of land, lots of space, and very competitive prices. So I think when it comes to data centers, I think that Saudi will be a big player with respect to being able to provide that type of energy. Clearly, Engie being in the game for decades with data centers will be able to provide significant support to these data centers as we start to see them grow in the country.
So in terms of your list of priorities, just how far up the list has AI and have data centers gone? I mean, is there a percentage figure you could perhaps give us in terms of what they represent?
I mean, it's hard to quantify it, but I would say, it's quite a large percentage, because when it comes to the energy that we provide, we're starting to see a lot of that data center demand is growing quite big and very, very fast. And there's a big need for it. And as a result, much of our energy that we are selling is going to data centers, right? So I can't give you an exact figure, but I can tell you that percentage has, if I would say on an annual basis, is easily doubling year on year, easily doubling. I'm talking about on a global scale, right? And we expect to see that it's slowly starting to grow in the region, but I would see no difference in what we're seeing globally as well, that will start to become an enormous energy need that would have energy companies involved in and ensuring that their portfolio is supporting those data centers as they grow.
Okay, let's talk a bit about people. And I want to ask you whether you'd had any challenges when it comes to finding the right people for some of what sound like extremely specialized roles. Are you tending to recruit locally, specifically in Saudi Arabia, or are you having to import your talent?
So for Saudi, I think we're doing very good when it comes to local content. In some of our assets, the local content is 90%, 80%. Our overall outlook of in Saudi, in specific with respect to HR or human resources, is we're 60% locals. Talent is definitely a challenge, specifically in this region, because the projects, every year you have new projects. Every year there's several projects taking place in the country and the region. And obviously you have to source that type of talent. And it's quite unique talent. If you're talking about project managers, you're talking about technical individuals in renewables, different technology, business development, finance, M&As. So I think it's an enormous pool of different types of talent with respect to the energy infrastructure that's required. And with the addition of all these new facilities coming on year, it's quite challenging. So I think as an international developer, you really have to differentiate yourself from others as to why an individual would want to come work for you instead of the next developer in place. But the talent is always required. There's always a need, and it's usually talent that has expertise in the areas I mentioned, whether it's project management, whether it's renewable technical experts, solar, wind, battery storage, carbon storage, financial experts in those fields. But the talent need is continuously growing, and it is challenging. So we do rely on, obviously, local talent, but we also look at international expertise to bring in as well.
And just lastly, I mean, clearly, as we look forward, the clock's ticking towards Vision 2030's due date, which is less than 5 years away from now. Where do you see Engie in the region in 4 or 5 years from now?
I mean, I think, we've been growing quite big in the past 3-4 years. We nearly doubled our investments in the region, and I continue to see that growth. I think what we'll end up seeing is obviously a lot of regulations, policies improving towards facilitating more for developers such as Engie to work in the area more effectively, more efficiently. And I do see a lot of progress with respect to battery storage, that becoming a need, because they have been building renewables for quite some time now, nearly 10 years. And that portfolio of high renewables in the power system will need battery storage to accommodate. I do see that even though there's a little global delays with respect to decarbonization, but still the infrastructure required to meet decarbonization targets needs to start now, and they've started, they're working on it. So I do think that we'll also start to see carbon capture in thermal plants. I think we'll start to see a lot of older assets being decommissioned and the newer assets taking place. That's already happening today, but I think that will happen far more faster. You'll start to see as well a lot of simple cycle gas turbines, which are happening now to, again, compensate for the high penetration of renewables and to make sure you have a flexible system. So I think that the system will start to become far more complex, more dynamic, but with the growth that's happening in the region in terms of other infrastructure, in terms of other projects taking place, that demand, if you look at Saudi alone, the demand increased by 8%. 8%, that's huge. That's a huge demand. So needing to meet that demand with renewables and with conventional power will require a lot of technologies. So I think that's where the country will go. A more diversified portfolio with a lot of battery storage being put in place.
Okay, well, we really appreciate that. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us. Turki El-Shari, the Regional Vice President for the GCC region at Engie. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the other stories we're keeping an eye on for you here. The Saudi energy company Aramco has finalized a $3 billion international Sukuk offering, which was split into 2 tranches. The securities are now listed on the London Stock Exchange. Well, analysts say this highlights global investor confidence, and it also reinforces the kingdom's standing in its international Islamic finance. The Global Infrastructure Forum and Expo 2025 has wrapped up in Riyadh. The 3-day event, which seeks to enhance efficiency in urban planning and implementation, brought together senior officials, experts and industry professionals from more than 25 countries and was attended by some 26,000 people. And for the first time in the event's history, WrestleMania is set to be hosted by Saudi Arabia in 2027. The 4-decade-old event, the biggest date in the annual wrestling calendar, has never been held outside of North America. Well, the chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Entertainment Authority, Turki al-Sheikh, has announced this news, calling it historic and saying it will be part of the kingdom's flagship Riyadh season, which is an annual festival of sports and entertainment events. And finally, last week, Saudi Arabia hosted the Money 2020 Middle East Conference. Well, that event, which is regarded as being one of the most important events for fintech, brought together some 450 global and regional brands, as well as investors from more than 40 countries. Well, under discussion there in Riyadh, amongst other topics, the future of the financial sector, AI, and open banking. Well, that event galvanizes Riyadh's position as a regional hub for business and financial innovation, very much in line with the goals of Vision 2030. And that is all we have time for today. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, bye-bye.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM. The second wave was 200 BCM. The third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although set to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume. 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80–85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, well, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity, that already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word, we will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on. Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still. As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers, but they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to Counterpoints. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up on the show tonight, the shocking killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk has ignited a global firestorm. It's triggered backlash, a cancel culture reckoning on the left, and what many are calling the greatest free speech debate of a generation. Thanks to our panellists who join us tonight, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, Pastor Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor, and British political activist Femi Olawole. Thank you all so much for your time. I'd like to start with you, Femi. Do you think it was justified for some people to celebrate Kirk's death?
So for me personally, my position was I was indifferent. I do not care, because the man was an evil man. And quite frankly, anybody who has expressed sorrow for Charlie Kirk's death, but hasn't expressed sorrow for the many people who have been victims of Charlie Kirk's kind of policies. For example, the 80,000 people who've been killed in Gaza because of a genocide that Charlie Kirk supported, the people who die from gun deaths, 30,000 people who die from gun deaths every year in America. And Charlie Kirk is somebody who once said that those deaths are a worthy sacrifice in the name of the Second Amendment. If you have not wept for those people, weeping for Charlie Kirk means that you value the perpetrator's life over the victim's life.
I'm going to turn to you, Pastor. You knew Charlie Kirk. You spoke to him the day before his murder. What was your reaction to Femi's points there?
Well, I mean, listen, I mean, he has a right to his opinion, and I'm not here to insult him, but I think, the reality of it is no one should ever celebrate the death of a person being killed. Now, I understand that he said he was indifferent, and he has a right to believe what he believes. I do agree that, and I think Charlie actually agreed as it's coming out even more towards the end of his life, that he too was supporting, or at least beginning to speak out against the atrocities of what's happening to those in the Gaza. And so he's been on record communicating that. And I can even tell you behind the scenes, that was one of the conversations that was happening. And yes, we do need to understand, I do support Israel's right to be a nation. And I think that Hamas should be assassinated, killed, destroyed, because they are offering a lot of death and destruction. But you should never, ever celebrate the death or the assassination just because of their voice. I mean, what happened to the First Amendment? It's not Charlie Kirk's voice, Pastor, that caused the death of, it's not Charlie Kirk's death or Charlie Kirk's word, that caused what took place in Gaza. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's word that caused Hamas to go and rape and kill and murder innocent people in Israel. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words to do that. It wasn't Charlie Kirk's words to call for the death of America by Iran and for the Houthis to kill and massacre American interests. So these things are very much real. I do agree with you. We have to take a look at the inhumane things that are happening to the innocent people in the Gaza. There's a lot of innocent people. Do we should destroy Hamas? Yes. But to what extent should the innocent people of the Gaza should be harmed the way they are? So Charlie Kirk's words didn't do that.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Anna. I just want to let Femi respond.
So it's funny that you should draw the line, it's wrong to celebrate somebody's death. Have you seen the video of Charlie Kirk saying how, I used to joke about how people in Palestine would throw gay people off of buildings, but they haven't got any high buildings anymore, stupid Muslims. That's something he did. Literally celebrating the deaths of people in Gaza, making fun of them, in fact. Now, it's funny that you draw the line of you can't celebrate, but he was happy to celebrate the deaths of innocent people, 80,000 innocent people. And the thing is, for me personally, I take the position of I'm indifferent. I don't care that he died. However, that is a privilege. Because me personally, I'm okay. I've got my job. I'm not in poverty. I'm not being shot at by police that were fueled by the racism that Charlie Kirk purported. I'm not somebody in Gaza who fears the bombs that were paid for by a regime that Charlie Kirk supported. So I have the privilege of not feeling the need to celebrate that death. However, if I was celebrating the death of somebody who supported policies that endanger your life, feels like a pretty human reaction.
I've seen on X, Anna, you've come out and you've condemned those on the left who have celebrated Charlie's death. Are you shocked by the level of extremism from those on the left, your own side?
I'm not shocked about the level of extremism on the left because I've experienced it firsthand myself. But I would caution anyone from thinking that those individuals are representative of the entirety of the American left. The fact of the matter is we have a two-party system that I do not believe accurately represents the entirety of the left or the right. There are obviously significant variations. You know, policy-wise, I clearly fall on the left, but I would not in any way celebrate the assassination of any political figure, any pundit, mainly because I value human life, number one, and I don't think anyone should be targeted and assassinated over their political speech, regardless of how abhorrent or how much I disagree with it. And to be sure, I certainly did disagree with Charlie Kirk's stances, political views. But what I appreciated about Charlie Kirk was that he provided a platform to anyone who was willing to debate these topics with him, including myself. And so on multiple occasions, he and I had political debate. We had dialogue. We exchanged ideas. And that is what this country needs in order to heal. As far as the Gaza situation goes, I also agree with the pastor in that, you know, Charlie Kirk certainly said some pretty horrific things about Muslims and the Palestinian people. But in recent months, it was very clear to me that he was starting to perceive what was going on in the Middle East in a much more nuanced way. And he was willing to look at the evidence and potentially change his opinions. And I'll also say that as someone who's been on camera since I was literally 20 years old, I myself have said things in my early 20s, in my mid 20s, even in my early 30s that I do not feel great about, that I've changed my mind about. And, you know, for the gentleman in the UK, I understand where you're coming from in regard to just being horrified by some of the things that Charlie Kirk is on the record saying. But at the same time, I think you need to think about what this could lead to in the United States, what a political assassination could lead to. Currently, the Trump administration, in my opinion, is currently exploiting the injustice that occurred in regard to Charlie Kirk and using it to take control of the media and essentially violate the constitutional rights that Americans have to free speech. I'm very much concerned about that. And so this could lead to the situation on the ground devolving further in the United States. We need to protect free speech at any and all costs.
So just
let
two
me
quick
just
points.
Piggyback on that because
how do you respond, Femi?
Piggyback on that. Well, let me just respond to her point of view, and this is Pastor Burns here. And let me just say this. Number one, I want to agree with her. Again, I'm one of those people. The president calls me his pit bull. He knows that, you know, I'm deep MAGA. I believe in the America First agenda, but also, it was just why my opinion changed about Ukraine. I was against Ukraine, but then when I went to Ukraine, my opinion changed about Ukraine. Number one, let's just be clear. I do believe Israel has a right to be a nation, but at the same time, I do not agree with the atrocities that are happening to those in the Gaza. It is an apartheid movement that is happening. I am very conservative. I'm very strong Republican. And this is the first time I'm saying this on camera. But right is right, wrong is wrong. And I do not think that people who are being massacred, who don't even have a way to defend themselves, should be bombarded and bombed and starved. And I think that's what Charlie was headed to. You cannot be a true believer, a true man of God, and see the evil that has happened to innocent people. We're not talking about Hamas. We're not talking about the government institution that has pushed and aged and that really caused this to happen to their people. But we're talking about the innocent people that are dying. I posted a video a couple of days ago of a boy, a special needs boy who's a Palestinian, and he's been beaten while he's chained to a wall. These kind of atrocities that are happening, that are happening to innocent people. You can't be a man of God or a Christian like Charlie said he was, and he was, because I knew him personally. To see that, yes, I believe in Israel. They're America's greatest supporter, but you cannot turn a blind eye to the innocent people who are not Hamas. The little boys that are carrying buckets of water while bombs are dropping, they don't look like Hamas to me. They look like little boys who just want to be little boys and little kids. And so, Charlie, in the end of his life, began to see the same things that many of us who are strong Israel supporters, but at the same time, you cannot turn a blind eye to the evil that has happened. And I don't care whether they're Muslims, because there are Christians in the Gaza. There are Jews in the Gaza. There are not just Muslims in the Gaza.
Allow Femi in, Pastor.
Their race or their religion is.
Thank you, Pastor, for saying that.
There you go, Femi.
Have you heard the phrase, a person is not who they were in the last conversation they had with you, they're who they've been throughout their entire relationship? There's nothing substantially that's changed in the last couple of months that would make you suddenly realize that indiscriminately bombing the homes of 2 million people suddenly is a bad thing. The only thing that could possibly have changed is the political situation, because he watched 80,000 people get murdered. He was totally okay with that.
That's not true. When you start receiving proper information and you're not being led by propaganda, you receive
allow me to
new
finish.
information.
I'll let you speak for a very long time. I'll let you speak for a very long time.
It's not about politics. It's about people.
I'll let you speak for a very long time.
Just be clear. It's not about politics. It's about people.
Nothing concretely has changed in the last few months. Israel has been saying the same things it's been saying since the start about how everybody in Gaza is responsible. That's from President Herzog, that they're human animals, that it's civilians that are tied to the actions of Hamas as well. This has been genocidal from day one. Most people knew that. That's why most people in the UK fundamentally oppose what Israel is doing, has been calling for a ceasefire for almost 2 years now. But the fact is, that is the position that Charlie Kirk took. He tweeted about how say no to Gazan refugees. He showed zero compassion for the people whose murder he supported. Now, to suggest that he is a good person and that we should pretend that just because he's died or because he changed his mind in the final few months of his life, suddenly we should look at him differently? No. A person who isn't who they were in the last conversation you had with them. They're who they've been.
I'm not here to change your opinion about
Well,
Charlie
he didn't
Kirk.
really have much of a chance to show us how much his mind changed, right?
His ability to die. You should not be celebrating that he was killed. He's got kids, right? He has a wife. I don't care whether he was the KKK or a Black Panther leader. You shouldn't be celebrating. People didn't like Dr. King. They didn't like the fact that he wanted black and white people coming together.
And just there to both of you, it was thousands of people on the left have lost their jobs.
That people should not be losing their job. I disagree with that. Let me tell you why. Because we have the First Amendment. And this is what I've been saying publicly. If you start going after people and attacking people for the things that they say, they're going to eventually do the same thing back to us. And that is destroying what America is. Idi Amin, let me say this and I'm going to stop talking. Idi Amin, the former dictator of Uganda, said this. And I believe this is where we're headed in America. Because he said this infamously. He said, listen, we believe in freedom of speech. You have a right to speak freely. So we believe in freedom of speech, but I cannot guarantee freedom after the speech. And that's what he said in Uganda, who viciously murdered and killed so many of his own people. That's where I feel like we're headed to. I don't think no one should celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I spoke to him the day before. What did I talk about? I talked about him using the word white Ukrainian, the white woman, the white woman. It was about the Ukrainian woman. And he kept saying white woman. A white woman was murdered. Another white woman was murdered. I said, Charlie, these words, and this is how I talked to him, Charlie, they can be inflammatory words concerning race relations, right? And we already at a heightened race relation. I'm a strong Trump supporter. I have not changed that. I'm a strong conservative. But when we keep using words that can be essentially dog whistles to potential people, I don't believe Charlie Kirk was this person, but it can be a signal to those who do believe in these racist comments. That's the word that I have.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor. Allow Femi to respond.
I wasn't finished my statement. So the reality of this, I'm telling you my position, Pastor, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Allow Femi to respond, Pastor.
Charlie's death, absolutely not. And anybody who celebrates Charlie's death, that is evil and wrong from the gates of hell, and it should not be coming out.
Allow Femi to respond.
But that's just who Charlie Kirk was. He said that he wouldn't be able to trust a black pilot. He'd get nervous if he saw a black pilot when he stepped onto a plane. He talked about moronic black lesbians. He's been a racist.
We spoke about this. We spoke about this.
So he's been a racist since the start. And
I believe that Charlie
but you may have called it out, but that's who Charlie Kirk was.
Stands on same-sex marriage. But I disagree with some of the phraseologies that was used regarding race.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Give a sermon.
Instead of raising people.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
We're talking about celebrating the death and the assassination.
This is a conversation.
That's bull crap, and it should not be coming out of nobody's mouth. Watching that man's neck bleed out on live television for the whole world to see.
Okay,
and you celebrating that? I don't think you should be fired over it.
Allow Femi to speak, Pastor.
Over it because it's the first.
Okay, Pastor.
But you should be able to. But shame on you for even believing or thinking that.
We've had your time. I'd like Femi to respond.
So as Anna was saying, the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death were not the majority of people on the left. Most people just were frankly indifferent and took a bit of offense at the idea that more airtime has been devoted to his death than for the people whose deaths he supported, especially given that there was a school shooting on the same day that he died. As for the issue of the discussion we're having in terms of the pen versus the sword, i.e., are we in favor of free speech and democracy and things working by ideas rather than through violence? Let's be really clear on the MAGA that Charlie Kirk was behind. Donald Trump literally told the Proud Boys, a white supremacist violent group, to stand back and stand by. He urged people to take their country back just after he lost the election, leading to 5 deaths in the Capitol. He then admitted that was an utterly wrong and those people should be brought to justice. And then as soon as he got power again, he released 1,500 terrorists. And within 6 days, one of them had already died because of an altercation at a traffic stop. He deliberately released terrorists, not to mention the fact that he actually called for one of the governors, I believe it was, to find an extra 1,100 votes in order to win the previous election against Biden. This is somebody who does not care about the process of democracy, who will take power by force. So for him to say that we should all be just using our words and respect the principle of free speech, no, he's banning people like Jimmy Kimmel, Steve Colbert. Anybody who criticizes him has to be silenced. These are people who do not respect free speech at all.
Think Jimmy Kimmel
May I respond to
I don't
that?
think Jimmy Kimmel should have
Of course.
First of all,
we'll just let Anna respond, Pastor, please.
Should not have been fired. I don't think that. But President Trump
please go on, Anna.
The American people elected him.
Pastor, please.
You're confusing the American people. Let me just say this real quick, and I'm going to be quiet. The American people elected Donald Trump. He did not elect himself, nor did he steal an election like they did in 2020. The American people elected.
Okay, Pastor, allow Anna to respond, please. Pastor.
Coming from the mouths of people.
Pastor,
like you,
stop,
sir,
please.
We still elected him.
Okay. Anna.
Okay, I don't want to adjudicate or re-adjudicate past elections, but I will say this. I agree with much of what Femi had to say here, and the pastor is really coming across as rather reasonable and is willing to say what he disagrees with in regard to what the Trump administration has done. Pastor, is there any possibility for you to go back and advise President Trump, because he could really use your advice at this moment? And look, I just think the one area where I have a disagreement here is that people are allowed to grow and change. And we never had an opportunity to see whether Charlie Kirk's views on Gaza were in fact really changing, if he was really evolving on that issue, or whether he was really evolving on, Palestinian people. And to rob him of his life obviously is wrong. I wouldn't say that I was indifferent after he was assassinated. I actually felt deep sadness, because to me, that was a sign of deep cowardice among a group of people in this country who don't think that they can articulate their ideas effectively enough to persuade the American people to side with them. We have to foster an environment of healthy debate, of mutual respect, even if, and I really do mean this, even if our political opponents meet us with, angry rhetoric that we find abhorrent. I think that it is up to us to be better than that and fight ideas that we disagree with. And to be sure, Charlie Kirk had all sorts of ideas that I vehemently disagreed with. But I was ready and willing to get in the ring with him and really duke it out through our words, through our dialogue, and through our debate. And one other thing I'll just add about Charlie Kirk's political ideology and this tug of war that was going on in regard to his views on Israel and Gaza, you have to keep in mind, the big donors behind Turning Point USA are huge Israel supporters, big time Zionists. At the same time, though, young conservatives in this country under the age of 30 are decidedly against Israel, especially as a result of the genocide happening in Gaza. So Charlie Kirk really found himself in this difficult tension where his donors were pressuring him to toe the line in support of Israel at any and all costs, while young conservatives are really waking up to the reality of what's going down in the Middle East. And so I think that was what was pressuring him or forcing him to really reconsider his political views. But again, we never got a chance to see who Charlie Kirk might have become, what he might have believed, because his life was robbed from him. And I think that's wrong.
Just to clarify, I am indifferent to his death, but I fundamentally oppose his murder because it is bad for democracy. As for what you've just said about Charlie Kirk's motivations and the donors who are massively pro-Israel, the picture you've just painted is one where the money was telling him to support Israel, but he realized that the politics of his voter base, his supportership, was anti-Israel. So that's not somebody who's come to some moral decision. That's somebody who's made a financial decision at first and then a political decision afterwards. That is not a moral person.
Well, I know
possibly,
Charlie,
but we don't know. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I know Charlie, and I knew Charlie. Excuse me, and I worked with Charlie. I've spoken at many of his turning point events. Again, I will be at this Memorial Sunday. The point of it is, I can tell you, he's a lot like me, right? We're pit bulls, we're bullheaded. Once we believe in something, we believe in it. But once we receive new information, our conviction is real. I'm not here to play sides. When I went to Ukraine and I told the president all the devastation that was happening, when nobody was talking positive about Ukraine, when Zelensky was just kicked out of the White House. And then the next week I am in Kyiv unexpectedly. And I began to share the evil that happened at the hands of the Russians. I didn't stand on what was popular. I stood on what is right. And Charlie has those same kind of principles. We disagreed concerning some of his messaging concerning race. But we stand on simpler principles concerning our faith in Christianity and our belief in the American dream, supported by what we still believe the greatest president in our lifetime, President Trump. So when you attack President Trump, you're really attacking the millions of Americans that voted him in. And you're speaking like Donald Trump is a dictator who forced himself to be here. No, his ideals are the ideals of America, who America is today. So you don't insult Donald Trump without insulting America itself as a nation.
I'd just like to move on to our next segment. Moving on to our next topic in this conversation, Jimmy Kimmel has had his show pulled by ABC for speaking out against Charlie Kirk on air. I'd like to go to you, Anna. Was ABC right to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show?
I do not believe that they were right. In fact, if they in any way valued our democracy and the protection of free speech, they would not have allowed the FCC commissioner to bully and pressure them to get rid of Kimmel. And I say that because Nexstar and Sinclair, these are like the two parent companies. They own a bunch of the major channels that would air Kimmel's show. Well, Nexstar has a $6 billion merger coming up that needs to be approved by the FCC. So just to make sure that they're in smoother waters, they decided to throw one of their, stars under the bus to ensure that they'll be able to get that merger deal. So I'm angry that they are willing to not just sell Kimmel out, but sell out the American people, because make no mistake about it, allowing the government to pressure any network or any channel or anyone in the media to get rid of a pundit or a comedian or any type of talent who is critical of the Trump administration or who is critical of the government really sets a dangerous precedent. And this isn't the first time it's happened. Obviously, it happened with, 60 Minutes. It happened with CBS. And it's scary. It is scary because, look, if ABC decided on their own that Kimmel's statements they went above and beyond what is acceptable following a political assassination, and they decided to suspend them themselves, I actually would have no problem with it. I did not like what Kimmel had to say. I'm just going to be honest. However, the government has no place in censoring speech, and essentially Nexstar is allowing for or facilitating this effort of the federal government to get rid of people who are critical of the federal government. It sets a bad precedent, and I would feel the same way if this was a Democratic administration doing the same to a conservative speaker.
How do you respond, Pastor? Well, should Kimmel have lost his job?
I don't think he should have lost his job. Let me just say this. I think what Kimball said was distasteful. It was foul. It was evil. It is the typical leftist that makes fun of those of us who are on the conservative right. And I've been the joke, the pun joke of many of those type of jokes, and they're distasteful, and I think that they're just evil. Having said that, I don't think that he should be fired. I think it's a slippery slope that we have it in America. The First Amendment right has been the bedrock of our Constitution, and whether you agree with it or not, a person should have a right. I don't think he was criticizing the Trump administration, so I want to be very clear about that. And I don't think it's the pressure of President Trump at all. So I want to be clear about that. But at the same time, I think when you look at comedians like Dave Chappelle and other comedians who were attempted to be banned from telling jokes when they spoke about the transgender community and how so many tried to ban and many were banned and blocked or counseled because of joking and being able to express their art. As Dave Chappelle said, it is an art form. And whether you think it's funny or not, it's an art form. But now it's becoming to where you cannot talk about transgenders, or you can't say something about, creating a joke, which I completely think is distasteful, and it just shows his poor character as a man. But you should be able to say what you want to say, as long as it's not bringing harm or causing violence or inciting violence to happen. It's a dangerous place, because if we do it to them, meaning we Republicans or conservatives do it to them, they're going to continue to do it back to us. And that's what has happened. We should be able to say what we want to say. It's not just too long ago where pastors in Texas were being requested by a homosexual mayor, requesting the notes from what the pastor was speaking in threat of being arrested. That is evil. The pastor should be able to speak what he believes, free speech. And same goes with those who disagree with Charlie Kirk, those who disagree with transgender or agree. We should have a right to say what we want to say, as long as it's not causing violence or inciting violence or causing people to be harmed. Again, I'm still a pit bull for President Trump. I'm still 100% in his corner. I'm still 100% a MAGA pastor and leader. I call myself, I've been called a spiritual diplomat. I meet with heads of states all over the world. But in this regards, I don't think we should be firing people because they may disagree.
Okay, Pastor, I've just got a question for Femi. This one's for you, Femi. As Anna stated, we've seen Disney and the FCC. They've both stepped in. Is this a case of cancel culture turning on the left?
Well, this is the thing. With the examples that the pastor just gave, like Dave Chappelle, or you could also point to Ricky Gervais, who's also said things against trans people, they still have their jobs. They still kept producing special after special, Netflix after special after Netflix special. This cancel culture, they're still hugely successful. Nobody fired them, but people fired Jimmy Kimmel. People fired Steve Colbert. The cancel culture, the actual censorship, is coming from the right. And so is this just us finally getting a taste of our own medicine? Well, it wasn't. What's happened here is the chilling effect of the... This is a chilling effect of the Trump administration taking an anti-free speech position, saying that he's going after anybody on the left. And you saw the speech that he gave in the White House about how the people responsible, I hold directly responsible for this, are anybody who calls us fascists or Nazis, even though he's behaving like a fascist and a Nazi. Like he has been deliberately trying to steal power. He tried to get an extra 11,000 votes in order to win the previous election. This is not somebody who respects democracy. But calling Donald Trump exactly what he is apparently makes you complicit in murder. No, it's just stating facts as they are.
You have Trump deranged syndrome, sir. You just have Trump deranged syndrome. I mean, it doesn't matter what's been said.
By quoting his own words back at
what you believe, and that's your own right. But the reality of it is this. The left most definitely started this cancel culture. Yes, and you may say Dave Chappelle still have his job because he was one of the greatest, if not the greatest comedian that existed, in my opinion. But there's so many others that did get canceled. There are so many others that did lose their jobs.
Name them, then.
Their careers are over because of the jokes that they said.
Name
and the jokes became like ammunition.
Name them,
those on the left went after them.
Name them, then.
Shut them down. If you don't believe me, ask Disney. What happened to the girl, Gina Cavardo, who was the former MMA fighter, who was a character on the Mandarin on Disney, was fired because of her conservative beliefs. There are so many other actors that was fired, sir. So don't sit here and act like Jimmy Kimmel got fired, but Dave Chappelle keeps his job. So many of the right lost their jobs. So many of the people that was counseled by the council culture that started by you people on the left because you forgot the power of the First Amendment. We have a right to say.
Can you name somebody that the audience will actually?
It was wrong then, and it is wrong now. That's the whole point that I'm making. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now.
Pastor, can you name?
There's a little bit of a distinction, though.
No.
Sorry, there is a bit of a distinction, though, right? I think that what's happening right now is far more insidious because it's the government getting involved. I mean, it is free speech violation 101 when the government gets involved and essentially bullies networks to get rid of critics of the administration. I don't like cancel culture. Let me be clear about that. But I do see it as distinct from what's happening now with the government getting involved. I don't think that you should allow mobs of people to convince employers to fire people that the mobs don't like. But again, that has to do with ordinary private citizens versus the federal government getting involved and bullying networks.
Now, let me just say this, because we're crying over, I agree with you, but the fact is, let me say this, we're crying over Jimmy Kimmel losing his job for being fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for doing the same thing. Dead, whether you agree with him or not. He's not fired. He's dead because of his mouth, because of the things that he said. And I agree with a lot of things Charlie said, and there's some things, as I've already made clear, concerning race that I believe could have been misconstrued by those who are real white supremacists. But the reality of it is Jimmy Kimmel is fired. Charlie Kirk is dead for practicing his First Amendment rights, and that is a very dangerous, slippery slope that we are heading here in America. And
how do you respond, Femi?
Got to say, hey, I don't agree with you, but I won't kill you. I don't agree with you, but I won't counsel you. Do your thing, but let me do mine too. So give and take. That's shit. How
do you respond, Femi?
In America.
It's kind of weird to draw an equivalence between Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Kimmel, because that would imply that the government was responsible for Charlie Kirk being assassinated. No, state censorship is state censorship. This was a private individual who assassinated somebody. Now, he did not have the backing of the left. He did not have the backing of the government. It was just a private individual. It's not censorship. Censorship is when the government impinges on free speech.
We're just going to move on to the next segment. It's been no surprise in the age of social media that Kirk's assassination has sparked wild conspiracy theories, from the left to Israel to Nick Fuentes. Even with an arrest and solid evidence, speculation has raged on. I want to come to you, Femi. What do you make of all this speculation?
So I don't know what this person's motivations are, because it's like when you have when you see in those cop shows where you see that the evidence, if it isn't put in the correct bag, then the evidence hasn't followed the correct chain of custody, and so it can't be admissible in court. Unfortunately, the entirety of the evidence gets tainted when it's under an administration that has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence in order to achieve their own political objectives. Now, Donald Trump has explicitly tried to add an extra 11,000 votes to his tally in order to get his political objective, and now he runs the FBI. So it's difficult for me to say. Like, there's the theories about him being a groyper, which is somebody who's aligned with Nick Fuentes, who is somehow even more to the right than Charlie Kirk, which I didn't know was possible, because there's a lot of animosity between the Nick Fuentes lot and the Charlie Kirk lot. So it's feasible, it's plausible, but I don't know. And unfortunately, I feel like we're now in a position where, because everything is tainted by the Trump administration, who has admitted that they are willing to make up evidence when it suits them, I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it.
How do you respond to that, Anna?
I think the one area that's been pretty consistent and clear is that while it doesn't appear that the alleged shooter, that's Tyler Robinson, was deeply political, the one area in which he had become political was on the issue of LGBT rights. And he apparently identified as bisexual, had a partner who was also his roommate that happened to be transgender. And that was the I guess that was the reason in his mind that it made sense to go after Charlie Kirk. He felt that Charlie Kirk was spreading hatred about the LGBT community, about transgender people. And so since Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, the shooter, Tyler Robinson, thought meeting that hate with murder would be the right cause of action or type of action, which I obviously deeply disagree with. I don't think that he was a groyper. There's no indication that he was a follower of Nick Fuentes's. I also don't think that he was like a far leftist. There was nothing in the records, nothing in the Discord chats or the Discord servers that indicated that he was a deeply political person or a leftist. But because of his own personal identity and because of his partner, he was furious with Charlie Kirk and decided to take matters in his own hands in one of the most disgusting ways imaginable.
We've seen an emerging pattern of mass shootings in the US by trans activists. How can the US respond?
Well,
I'm worried. I'm worried about how they're going to respond to it. But sorry, go ahead, Pastor.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, that there's a pattern that is happening. The reality of it is guns don't kill people. Sick people kill people. People who are dealing with mental conditions. And I think that what President Trump should do is do what other psychiatrists and other mental experts have begun to say is to recognize the transgender movement as a mental condition. That is just that. The gender dysphoria is a real thing, and we should treat it as such. We shouldn't celebrate it. And people like that should be, should receive some type of a help. It's clear that you're just mentioning the several recent different shootings that have taken place, mass shootings that have taken place in America, has been at the hands of those who were either supporters of the transgender movement or was transgender themselves or transitioning to in their own state.
I think there have been seven. You have to
examine that.
Allow Femi to jump in, Pastor.
Because you guys bring on these shows to talk and debate, and so you want to shut me up. The reality of it is,
allow Femi to jump in, Pastor, please. Pastor, allow Femi to jump in.
Because you don't allow that. You should say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You don't do that. You don't say, allow Pastor Burns to jump in. You always make me stop in the middle of my sentences and allow somebody else to jump in.
For about 10 minutes.
That's all I'm saying. The reality of it is that there's gender dysphoria.
You've had a lot of time, Pastor.
And it should be examined.
You've had the most time, Pastor. I'm trying to be fair.
There have been, seven. I think there have been less than 7 mass shootings linked to trans individuals in the US's history, whereas there are 30,000 gun deaths per year. There are hundreds of school shootings every year. This is very much linked to guns. We in the UK who don't have guns, we do have knives, but I can't think of a regular occurrence of knifings at schools where lots and lots of casualties. It just doesn't happen anywhere near the scale. So guns are the primary issue because they allow any disturbed individual to choose to go into a school and do whatever they want. Whereas if you have a knife, it's significantly harder.
Well, let me just say this. You won't stop a bad person from getting guns. We know that in America. You can stop other people from getting guns, but even in the UK, you can't stop people. You don't stop bad people from getting guns. You do not.
Yes,
no, you do not.
We don't have mass shootings.
You do not stop.
We don't stop.
People,
we don't have mass shootings
happen in the UK. They absolutely
we don't
still
have mass
happen.
shootings here.
You may not have as many mass shootings because, yes, we allow our citizens, because of the Second Amendment, to own guns, to protect themselves. And there are more good people with guns than there are bad people with guns. But the reality of it is, you won't stop a bad person from getting a gun. You're simply empowering them to shoot more and kill more. So no, sir, I disagree with that at all. There's a reason why we have the Second Amendment in America, and I'm proud of it.
If the purpose of the Second Amendment is to allow people to protect themselves, that means the purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect human life. But the very existence of the Second Amendment is the reason why there are 30,000 gun deaths every year, whereas in the UK, we do not have mass shootings. So the very purpose of the Second Amendment, according to you, is self-contradictory because it's the reason that your people are dying.
How do you respond, Pastor?
No, what's preventing burglars from people busting through the door is the reality is that they have a chance of dying to a handgun, of the normal families that live every single day, the people that bust into individuals' homes and they are killed because the individual homeowner is protecting themselves, protecting their children. That's what's the case. Listen, you're not going to stop evil until Jesus comes back. There's going to always be evil. You could take away guns and people you still have murders in the UK.
We don't have mass shootings in the UK.
Dying, and it may not be as high as America, but people are still violently being killed. You still have Syria killers in your country. Can you ban all knives? You know, people are sick because of evil. It is sin. It is from the gates of hell. That's what I was telling Charlie. We shouldn't be talking about the Ukrainian woman as a white woman. We should be talking to her as a woman who was killed viciously, not by a black man, but by evil man, an evil individual that deserves, I believe, unless he gives his heart to Jesus, he needs to go to the gates of hell and be executed as fast as possible. So
allow Femi to respond, please, Pastor.
You accept that the gun deaths in America are significantly higher than in the UK. That means that relative to population size, there'll be a number of people who die because of your attachment to the Second Amendment who wouldn't die if you didn't attach it. So in terms of protecting those people's lives, are you happy for them to die in the name of the Second Amendment, even though it doesn't actually keep people alive? Because as we just established, it is the reason that those people, the difference between the two, are dead.
Shame on you for supporting Charlie Kirk's death because you didn't believe what he believed in. Shame on people like you for supporting Charlie. That's why we on this television show. Shame on you and people like you for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death because you did not agree with what he agreed, what he spoke about. That's what this show is all about. Did I just have a stroke? And this is about people like you who should be called out because that's your character. You believe that folks should die because of what they say. And that is absolutely wrong. And people like you should never be on camera.
How would you respond?
I think that's unfair, Pastor. That's unfair. I don't think at all that Femi believes that or is supportive of what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think the debate about guns is a fascinating debate. I've become more nuanced on it, especially because we have more guns in the United States per capita than any other country, including Somalia. Yes. And so I don't know if the U.S. would ever be able to do or live under the type of system or type of regulations that you have in the U.K. And look, as someone who does believe in the Second Amendment, I do believe that Americans should have the right to protect their homes, protect themselves from nefarious people who might want to harm them. I also think that we make it far too easy for the bad guys to get their hands on guns legally and as many guns as they want. So I think that, we do need to have a robust conversation and debate about, common sense gun legislation. But aside from that, we have a very big problem in this country in every single state when it comes to undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues, mental health conditions. People need help. And every time there's a mass shooting, I hear my conservative peers, Republicans, talk about how we need to fund mental health care. But when push comes to shove and that legislation is before them and they can make the right decision in helping their fellow Americans with the mental health care they need, they always vote it down. And so we need to be serious about the solutions. I hear a lot of talking points, but I don't really see much action in regard to what needs to be done.
Just to end on this, Anna, why do you think people have been so quick to doubt the official story? And why do you think that Charlie Kirk was targeted?
Well, as far as the conspiracy theories go, I don't begrudge anyone who immediately starts questioning the official narrative coming from the government. We do have a problem in this country, for good reason, in regard to trust toward our institutions. And it's because our institutions have been deceptive in the past. They have not given us the full story, or they have misled us. And remember, we are coming out of the COVID era where there was quite a bit of misinformation coming from the federal government. So again, I do not in any way begrudge anyone who questions, what the official narrative coming from these institutions happens to be. But at the same time, you have to get a little bit of evidence in order to support what your conspiracy is. So if the conspiracy is that Israel was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk, okay, well, What's the evidence for that? And there really isn't any evidence. So I'm not willing to believe that conspiracy theory unless there's something robust or at least something circumstantial that points in that direction. Right now, there have been Discord chats shared featuring the shooter. One of my friends, who's a wonderful journalist named Ken Klippenstein, was one of the first reporters who got in touch with the childhood friends of the shooter, and as a result had access to the Discord chats in which Tyler Robinson confessed to being the man who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And so that's more evidence in the direction of what's being claimed by, the FBI and by, law enforcement.
We're just out of time. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been a fascinating conversation.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube, X, and TikTok.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma Ez Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Saudi Arabia and Syria have announced a new chapter in regional healthcare cooperation by launching the Virtual Health Bridge. The initiative connects Syria's health system directly to Saudi Arabia's Saha Virtual Hospital. That's the largest of its kind in the world. And it already delivers more than 51 million consultations every year using AI and telemedicine. To mark the launch, ministers from both countries gathered at the Saudi Ministry of Health, where the very first Syrian patient received remote treatment live through the Saha Virtual Hospital system. And speaking to Al Arabiya English, Saudi Health Minister Fahad Abdurrahman Al-Jalajil explained that this link gives Syrian patients access to rare specialties and cutting-edge digital services, improving care in ways that weren't possible before.
We're glad today to really announce the start of the virtual hospital between Dimashq and Riyadh. We were glad today to see between Dimashq and Riyadh multiple consultants really consulting around one case, and we're happy that the virtual hospital will extend the cooperation in multiple disciplines. I was really happy to see His Excellency and the Minister of ICT in Syria both joining forces in establishing a better services and really linking the digital link between the two hospitals. This link will open multiple consultation between workforce in Syria and workforce in Saudi around different cases. All the subspecialty in Saudi is in the hands of our health minister in Syria. Any subspecialty requested from King Faisal, King Fahad, King Abdulaziz will be available through that link. So we'll be adding more disciplines into this care, and we're extending from a single hospital currently in Damascus to multiple hospitals, inshallah.
The two sides also signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen Syria's healthcare system. The agreement focuses on digital health, AI-driven treatment, and crisis management, aiming to make services more resilient and sustainable. Looking ahead, the minister said this partnership is only the beginning as Saudi Arabia plans to expand digital health cooperation, build technical capacity, and share expertise, with Syria now seen as a key partner in this vision for regional healthcare resilience. For now, this digital link is seen as the foundation of a long-term collaboration. Joanne Syria, Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
In an exclusive interview here on Arabiya English, we'll be getting the latest on a defence pact signed between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, I'll be speaking to Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson, for all the details on that deal. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a defence pact pledging that any attack on either nation will be considered an attack on both. Well, this strategic mutual defence agreement was signed during a visit to the kingdom by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the Al Yamama Palace. Well, in a statement, the visiting Pakistani Prime Minister thanked the Crown Prince for his, quote, keen interest in expanding Saudi investments, trade and business ties. Well, accompanying the Pakistani Prime Minister on that visit to Riyadh was Musaddiq Malik, who is a Pakistani government spokesperson who joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Now, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a strong and historic relationship. Military ties between the two countries go back decades. Why is this deal so significant in your opinion?
I think it's the relationship that you're referring to, which goes back since the creation of Pakistan. And frankly, if you look at the roots of this relationship, they go back 1,400, 1,500 years. So the brotherhood that had historically, I think, has manifested itself in various forms. At every juncture when Pakistan has needed support, the kingdom has been by the Pakistani side. Whether it was economic development or defense-related matters or diplomacy, the kingdom was already there and always there. And same goes for Pakistan. If you walk down the streets of Pakistan, you would find out that even a common man would say that we are going to be there by the side of our Saudi brethren if the two holy mosques are ever attacked. And it needed no treaty. Every Pakistani would tell you the same. So I think what was implicit before and unstated has taken the form of a treaty. And that's the most significant part of this treaty, that it's now kind of a relationship which is documented. But this relationship has been there forever. OK, so let's talk about what's been agreed on. An attack on one nation means
an attack on both. And I want to ask you, what message does that send out to the world?
I think it sends out the message of brotherhood, and it sends out the same message that the North Atlantic Treaty gave to the world, that this is not offensive, this is not aggressive, this is not against anyone. This is a defensive treaty where countries who have cultural ties, who have religious ties, who have all kinds of relationships, economic relationships, other relationships, they come together and they're going to exchange technology, they're going to exchange training, they're going to share innovations, and they're going to have joint military exercises to make sure that the experiences that we've had over the past several decades being extremely better, battle hard, and we share them and become a formidable force.
OK, just talk us through some of the details of the deal. What concretely does it provide for?
I mean, it's kind of like many other defensive. I think the best way of looking at it is to look at NATO. It's not an aggressive treaty. It doesn't fight for attacking anyone. But if any of the countries in NATO framework are attacked, it would be deemed as if all of them have been attacked. So we've had this relationship or tacit understanding for several decades, or frankly, forever. It's just that we've now articulated it in the form of a treaty.
OK, and do you think this deal is going to make the region safer? And as an extension of that question, do you think the deal could be extended to other countries in the Gulf?
I think very good relationships, very deep relationships with other countries. But the kind of relationship that we have with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is unprecedented. So I'm not terribly sure how our relationship with other countries would pan out. But if there was a larger work, and I'm not committing to anything, but I would like to believe that if there was a larger framework which created more stability and more peace, Pakistan is always open to discuss that lead to peace and stability. So we would take into account anything that comes our way, but only in the way of something that creates peace and stability in the region and doesn't create any, we don't want to be part of anything that destabilizes the region.
OK, and of course, you've just come back from Riyadh, and I saw all the flags there welcoming the Pakistani delegation to the Saudi capital in the last few days, as well as strengthening defence cooperation with the kingdom. Just tell us what else was agreed during that state visit.
I think this round was exclusively about our defence agreement. And we spoke about a lot of different elements of that, including, as I mentioned to you earlier, exercises, technologies, and sharing, intelligence sharing, technology sharing, and so on and so forth. So this visit was primarily focused on that.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Musaddiq Malik, Pakistani government spokesperson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, you can see that exclusive interview in full on our Saudi business show, The Real Deal, which airs as ever on Monday.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 4 countries have recognised a Palestinian state, sparking strong reactions from Israel and setting the stage for today's UN conference. Meanwhile, Trump calls Charlie Kirk a martyr and praises his legacy at a packed Arizona memorial as his widow shares a message of forgiveness. And Trump's $100,000 H-1B visa fee sparks panic for Indian tech workers and sends IT stocks tumbling. Four countries, the UK, Canada, Australia and Portugal, has formally recognised a Palestinian state, a move hailed by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer as reviving hope for peace and a two-state solution. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu strongly rejected the move, calling it a reward for terror. Today, France and Belgium are expected to follow suit at a UN conference co-hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku. Esther and Jono, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Great to have you both on. And Esther, it's your first time.
Yes,
so
it is. Yes.
It's great.
I'm very excited.
Yes, we're so excited to have you too. Jono, let's talk a little bit about the recognition of the Palestinian state. We did see countries come out yesterday and they recognised a Palestinian statehood. I feel like there's been lots of developments throughout yesterday and today. So where are we in this conversation?
So I think this was always something we knew was going to happen. We've had an entire summer where we've been discussing many different countries who said they would join Ireland and Spain in recognising the state of Palestine when the United Nations were back in session once again. So this is something that had been on the table for a very, very long time. Today what we're seeing, the developments, is the UK formally handing over that letter of recognition to President Abbas in Ramallah. That's pretty much the development that we've seen. Now we've seen France and Belgium, and I think we kind of had hints up until now that they would also join course as well. They're going to join the UK, Canada, Australia in recognising Palestine. Ireland and Spain are in there as well for a very, very long time. All this happening while in the background, Israel is still escalating its on-ground offensive in Gaza. We know that that's continuing. The military campaign continues. So it's another division that's taking place there. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu says that this is effectively supporting Hamas. They're two very, very different things. Nobody who is saying we want to recognise a Palestinian two-state solution is saying that Hamas are right. However, the issue that we now face here is that it's very difficult for us to recognise Palestine as a state as it is because it doesn't meet any of the criteria. That's saying that it doesn't have any defined territory, partially due to the part that Israel is still there. It doesn't have a permanent population because every other week they're being moved, displaced further once again. It doesn't have a government that's working in the sense that it can't send diplomatically somebody into relations with another government. So it doesn't actually tick the boxes. So what we're seeing is, again, largely symbolic.
And Esther, I don't know if you agree with that, but largely symbolic. But also, over 65,000 people have died in Gaza since October the 7th, 2 years ago. The recognition of a Palestinian state is not going to change anything for those people on the ground facing Israel's Gaza offensive inside of Gaza City. And the reality is, it's all symbolism, it's all talk, but the timing is also important.
Yes, and it's all largely political. So this idea that the West can recognize a state that, like you said, doesn't meet any of the criteria and is somehow going to manifest on the ground is clearly not going to happen. I mean, there's sort of a strength in numbers mindset with Australia, France, the UK, Canada recognizing a Palestinian state, because I think the logic behind it is they're going to try and stave off Trump's ire as much as possible because there could be likely retaliations from the US, and I don't think he can retaliate against all of these countries. But unfortunately, what is going to happen now is you're going to have the situation where Israel is being incentivized to ramp up. You know, we're seeing escalations of settlement activity in the West Bank as a result of this. And for me, what I find most shocking about this is the utter lack of creativity by Western leadership by hammering on this, what I think, frankly, is a delusion of the two-state solution, when clearly at this point, even if it was a possibility, it's not going to happen. The war in Gaza is still ongoing. 65,000 Palestinians dead. The Israeli population have no appetite to even entertain this idea of a two-state solution. And the irony of handing over a recognition of a Palestinian state to Mahmoud Abbas, even though the PLO haven't held an election in the West Bank since 2005, to a man who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, while the average Palestinian is living in abject poverty. So the whole thing is a mess. And unfortunately, we're just going to see this kind of ping pong of, oh, we're recognizing this, but nothing's actually going to happen on the ground. And we're going to look to Trump to see whether he's going to actually retaliate in any meaningful way or actually draw a red line with Netanyahu. I thought the red line would be the attack in Qatar. Apparently, the red line is, this move into the West Bank. Who knows?
Yes, so lots of people are now saying that for the US, they have been supporting Israel. That support's been steadfast. We've seen that throughout, even though Western allies are recognizing a Palestinian state. The US is completely on Israel's side. And a lot of people are saying, actually, the red line for the US will be the annexation of the West Bank and this E1 settlement project that the right-wing coalition of Benjamin Netanyahu's government is trying to implement or has given the green light to. But, Jono, we talk there about the plan for the day after. No one has a plan for the day after if we look at things. Is this UN conference going to come up with anything new? Maybe something Esther was trying to say there, that no one's come up with anything.
No one's come up with any solution as such. And Netanyahu, most importantly, has not given us that. Now, maybe there is a plan in place, but if there is, we definitely don't know about it. And I also think there probably is no red line when it comes to the US. That US-Israel tie that's there is, I think, unbreakable. And at the stage that we're at now, like Esther said, you would think that the red line may have been Qatar, where there are already US army bases. That's not the red line. The on-ground offensive is already happening in Gaza, so that can't be the red line. So now you have to think, what is it, sacrificing of the hostages because we've had an on-ground offensive? Is that the red line? And I really don't think that there is. I think what we've seen is a very tight-knit bond of, for want of a better description of it, between Netanyahu and the Trump administration that I think is pretty much unbreakable. And I don't envisage there being any change to that. We have to remember the billions that I previously discussed, and it's in the hundreds of billions of dollars of funding that has been given to military campaigns from the US to Israel. I don't think that we're going to see that being pulled back at any time in the near future. And I don't know if we're going to see any outcome this week because, again, it's talks about talks and recognising something that really is unrecognisable. Wonderful symbolic gesture, and I've said this before, anything that brings attention to the plight of the people who are on the ground, the Palestinians who are suffering day to day, and the people who are being killed mercilessly day to day, is a wonderful thing. However, it's symbolic, and it's nothing more than that.
And Donald Trump has come out and said, just before we came onto the show, believes Palestinian recognition is a reward to Hamas. That was, Caroline Levitt was giving a speech a little bit earlier on today before the show, and that's the way that they're really looking at things, the US. But still, it doesn't bring us any closer to a solution to the people on the ground.
Yes,
and to the hostages and to those losing their lives.
And in some ways, you've kind of foisted this leadership on the Palestinian people and said, hey, this is a sign towards peace. Of course, Hamas is a completely illegitimate force and they shouldn't have any part in any peace process should there be one. But it's the same thing, the irony of the West handing over recognition papers to a government that's deeply corrupt and that hasn't held an election for well over a decade. I don't know how they can get around that. I think the one thing that people are not looking at is what happens next. I mean, yes, at the moment you have this kind of ironclad bond between the Trump administration and Israel, but the current generation has probably had the worst or the most negative view of Israel in decades. And that generation is going to grow up. They're going to vote. We know that the Democratic Party has made it very clear of the stance of Israel. I think this idea that Israel can do whatever it wants because it has the backing of the US. Well, the US is made of people, more and more, who are viewing Israel not unsympathetic to the plight on October the 7th, but who are viewing them increasingly in a negative light and are thinking, why are we paying for this? How many more generations do we have to see basically go through this meat grinder before we hear these elusive talks of a two-state solution that are never going to materialize? And I think ultimately the West has shown that where its leadership is involved, there's a complete lack of any real will, because they don't actually lose anything from the continuation of this conflict or for their sort of staunch support of Israel. And I think if we're actually going to get solutions on the ground, we have to realize some things are just clear. There's no appetite for a two-state solution. It's probably not going to happen. The most realistic thing I can possibly think of is some sort of situation where, you know, the Palestinian territories are under one Palestinian state but are broken up in emirs, where they're self-governing districts that follow certain rules and can coexist alongside an Israeli state with the sponsorship of Arab states. That's how I see it. But outside of that, which I haven't heard from anyone, this is a completely unworkable solution.
And that's exactly it. I think there's been no solution where people have said, actually, that sounds like that's the most logical solution I've heard. To this whatsoever. There's been nothing. And I don't think Netanyahu's government, if they do have a solution, we're certainly not having it shared with us because it's probably so radical and so sweeping for the landscape of Palestine.
But we did have a solution, the Riviera of
Correct. And I think
Gaza.
I think if you reiterate that as Israel, you certainly, whatever friends you may have remaining, I think you may lose them. If you said, right, we're going to go in, we're going to decimate the population, we're going to completely raze it to the ground, and we're going to rebuild it as the Riviera of the Middle East, then you end up with you're not going to win friends with that. You're certainly not going to get
It's also insulting to build basically a Las Vegas on the grave of tens of thousands of Palestinians. I mean, another thing, this sort of breakup of, or a little sort of mini emirates of Palestine, for example, which would secure is the settlements, for example, because if you actually have these self-governing, smaller sort of Palestinian territories, when you have these Israeli settlers move in, okay, you're Palestinian. You don't need your Israeli passport. You've decided to come into this territory. Congratulations, you're part of the club. And then the whole question of sort of this aggressive move towards the West Bank by Israeli settlers gets, you know, it's ended right there and then. Obviously, that's not a perfect solution. But these are the kinds of things that show forward thought. And so far in the international community, led by Western leadership, there has been a complete lack of creativity to actually solving this problem.
Maybe, Jono, the radical way is the only way, something we haven't thought about before.
I think that, again, if you look back and even historically as well with Famagusta and with Cyprus and the Cypriot-Turkish war that took place there, the decision was given on a cusp to say, listen, you can make a decision now. You can either be Turkish or you can be Cypriot, but make your decision based upon that. Would you like to go to this side or this side? And I think that's what happened there. Not that I'm saying that is what should happen, but there are Israeli settlers who are in Palestinian territory.
Exactly.
And this may be the solution. We say, right, well, if you would like to stay here, absolutely you may. You will be part of this society. You will be Palestinian. You will integrate.
Pay taxes in Palestine.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Otherwise, Israel is there. You may go to there. So, again, I haven't heard anybody come up with that idea. It's radical. It certainly is. But it's definitely better than what we've seen on the table, which currently is nothing. So...
No, very interesting conversation. Thank you so much, Esther and Jono, for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And US President Donald Trump has hailed conservative activist Charlie Kirk as a great American hero and a martyr at a packed memorial service in Arizona. Tens of thousands gathered to honor Kirk, who was shot dead on September the 10th, and speakers praised his political activism and his faith. Trump's remarks, at times combative, contrasted with Kirk's widow, Erica, who forgave her husband's alleged killer. Take a listen to what Trump had to say.
In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
Esther, I watched some of the memorial last night, and I'm sure a lot of the world did too, and extremely emotional scenes this weekend that we saw coming from Arizona, but also strong rhetoric there from Donald Trump.
Very unchristian-like rhetoric to hate your enemies, which Jesus said not to do. It was kind of part Republican rally, part church service. And I think that totally encapsulated where Charlie Kirk is in sort of the memory of particularly sort of right-leaning American patriots, as Donald Trump would say. Funnily enough, Charlie Kirk was my first boss. I worked for Turning Point UK at the start of sort of my career. And he was... For having known him, having met him, he was clearly a very remarkable man. His death, as tragic as it is, has also galvanized a lot of people in sort of the MAGA base, but also people in wider American society that didn't really understand the ramifications of free speech in the US and how dangerously close we were getting towards the tipping point or the turning point, as you would say. Donald Trump has admitted that actually he would have struggled to win the last election with the majority he did, especially with young people, without the help of people like Charlie Kirk, who really went onto these campuses to galvanize the young people and who kind of basically made being a Republican sexy, which we haven't heard of since before the days of Bill Clinton. So I'm not surprised to see the Republican base really kind of rally around Charlie Kirk and his family, Erica Kirk, who's now going to be taking over the Turning Point USA organization. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens now. We know that people like Jimmy Kimmel have lost their job, which, he made a good fortune doing what he did. And I happen to think that his channel were looking for any reason to get rid of him. But people are really going to start waking up to seeing what are the limits of free speech in America, and really how do we foster an environment where people can just be free to think and speak without fearing for their lives.
And that's what Charlie Kirk stood for, debate. And that's why he went onto college campuses. He had these conversations that were hard to have, but was willing to talk about
hostile territory.
And very hostile territory, and did amazingly well. If you agree or don't agree, he had those conversations, Jono. Last night, I thought Erica Kirk, what an incredible woman.
And she has been. Since, I think since the 11th, since the day after he passed away, and we had that video she shared on social media of the open casket, and you think at the core of this is a woman who's lost her husband, is a family who now have lost a dad. And that really hammered home, I think, and that also personified Charlie Kirk to be something more. I personally didn't know anything about his own private life before this tragic event happened, and I think what you've now seen is we've got a taste of who he is. To stand up there and to forgive like she did is also remarkable. And I think a lot of people, a lot of the MAGA base, but a lot of people who are Charlie Kirk supporters will echo what Donald Trump had said, in that they don't forgive. They won't forgive something like this because it was an attack, not just, and to quote Donald Trump loosely, it was not just an attack on free speech, it was an attack on what America stands for. And I think that also will resonate with a lot of people. And what this has done, and it's obviously we've seen a part Republican rally here, and we've also seen part a memorial service. It was both. And this administration has managed to do every opportunity that they get in front of an audience to turn it into a reason to support the Republican cause once again. And that's, I think, what we've seen here. And I think that's what Donald Trump, like it or not, wanted it to be. He has been deeply moved by this. We've rarely seen this president falter anywhere. And we've heard of close allies to the Trump administration saying that President Trump took this hard. And we've seen a human element to him that is, for once, it's not a softer side. For sure, it's not a softer side. And that rhetoric that he speaks about is quite harsh. But we've seen a more human side to the presidency. And I think this will curry more favour with him and with his MAGA base. I think this will probably turn things around a bit for him. And what we've seen is a pivotal moment, a turning point in US politics.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you agree with that, but what I was thinking when I was watching this, and you touched on it, Jono, and many people did, is how religious it was. Yeah. And it really struck me that almost this Republican Party honouring Charlie Kirk, he was a deeply religious man, felt like religion and politics became more entwined than I've ever seen before. And I was thinking, is this the future of the Republican Party? Yeah. Or are we there already, or is it just something that I'm thinking?
I think we're there already. And the reason why I thought that, I kind of had that same moment as you, but it was at last year's Republican National Convention. And it was an extremely religious event. I mean, it would look like a mega church on steroids. You know, you had all these pastors preaching and very prayerful, the gospel music. I mean, it was really like this, but really amped up. And I think for me, that was when I really noticed this kind of marriage between sort of church and state on a political level. And I think, in a way, it's not out of the norm for Americans to be more openly religious. But I think the dividing line is very clear. You know, the Democrats have been painted as this kind of irreligious, kind of morally loose individuals who are trying to do things that break up the family and all of that, as the Republicans would characterize them. And then you have the Republicans on the other end, not just from the last convention, but from this funeral of Charlie Kirk, really embracing religion in a way that makes you think, why are they taking this direction? And it's because that's the direction that America is moving in more broadly, because you have so many people, former liberals, as they would say, the Joe Rogans of the world, that have felt like the left in the US have lost their way so much and have lost the moral or spiritual compass, that they're actually more curious about religion and are more open to the idea of being openly religious in America. And it's such a sharp contrast if you look at politics in the wider world more broadly. I mean, if you're openly religious as a French politician, for example, it's basically a death knell. Someone like Pierre Poilievre in Canada, you know, I mean, he argues that Trump basically lost him in the election, which is I think true, but also he was very openly Catholic. He was very openly religious, and in the West more broadly, when you are an openly religious politician, it actually plays against you, with the exception of countries like Hungary and countries in Eastern Europe, where religion is much more embedded in the state, Tony Blair, for example, deeply religious, very Catholic. I mean, he said before the Iraq invasion that he prayed. And I was so surprised that this didn't make international headlines, like he prayed before he invaded Iraq. But it was something that most people who were even familiar with him and his politics didn't know about him. So this is the quite clear divide between American politics and the West more broadly.
And we also know Theresa May was deeply religious and did speak about that too.
A pastor?
Yes, he was. Yeah. And I always thought her take on religion and politics was quite interesting because it's not something we see in the UK. But Jono, we also, just a quick thought, saw a reunion that many of us weren't expecting to see.
Yeah.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Exactly. They sat alongside each other at the service as well. The public fallout from earlier this year, it seems, is no longer. Again, something of this magnitude certainly brings people back together. It works for families. It works for politics as well. They were seen chatting. They were shaking hands as well. Now, later there was a post as well from Elon Musk that had a picture that said, "For Charlie." So you'd indicate that he's also been deeply moved by this. And although Charlie Kirk was not a member of the cabinet, I think his influence and the fact that it's been said he won the election like we discussed.
And J.D. Vance widely said that he wouldn't have got the
young male vote under 30. I mean,
absolutely.
Never.
They broke 2-1, the Republicans, and they've never done that.
Yeah, he was an ally, I think, of the candidacy for presidency, but also of the Trump administration as well. And again, the reason it's religious, it is a funeral for somebody who was deeply religious. So that's probably where a lot of the religion elements came into it. And I think the administration does a really good job as spin doctors to make sure that the Bible Belt is satisfied and that the Bible Belt turns red the next time around that we're back at the polling stations once again. So I think there's a mix of a few different elements there as well. But it is a ceremony for somebody who was deeply religious. But there's a real stark imagery that we saw with President Trump behind thick bulletproof glass. And we can see it. I think the first time that I recall seeing that probably since Bush was in power, that we've seen this thick bulletproof glass back to the fore once again, where it's visible the president's behind inches of a barricade. And I just think the stark imagery between the two, we're religious, we're talking about somebody whose life has sadly been taken far too soon, and at the same time we're seeing that there is a concern among this presidency that there is a risk out there.
And I think Caroline Levitt, I said she had a press conference earlier. It was quite interesting because when she was asked about Charlie Kirk and the way she felt, she said they've all had to beef up security. So I think it now is a real concern for the very prominent Republicans in government. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And a wave of panic hit Indian tech communities after US President Donald Trump announced a $100,000 fee for H-1B visas, sparking confusion among skilled workers and companies reliant on the program. India slammed the move, warning of humanitarian consequences and saying Washington is afraid of our talent. Jono, really, this decision did send absolute shockwaves around the world. It actually sent panic.
It did, and there's videos that have emerged of people who have disembarked flights and had their luggage taken off flights because they were so concerned about their re-entry to the US that they didn't want to leave. And I guess when something is rushed and it's a bullet point format, it's difficult to take away any real knowledge from it. So all that people were getting, bits and drips and drabs of information, was that this was changing. Now it would be $100,000. Maybe if you left the country, you couldn't get back in again. I think it was a knee-jerk reaction that was probably unnecessary. IT firms, as a result, and Indian IT firms, as you so rightly pointed out, saw a tumble in the stock market as well. So there was a mix of that. India's government had then come to the fore, just on the information that they've seen, which is very, very limited info about the change to the H-1B visas. They've said this is a humanitarian issue. You know, there's families who may be in concern of that. And now that we have slightly more information, but still not an entire picture, we know that that may not be the case, and it's visas going forward from this moment forward that it will affect. So immigration lawyers are looking into it, and it will take a bit of time, just like anything this administration does, to dissect it. It tends to be laws in tweets is what we're seeing. If it's 160 characters, let's get it out there and let everybody see what it is, and then we'll dissect it afterwards and see what the ins and outs of it are. And what we're now finding out is that, yes, there's an increase in the amount that it's going to cost to obtain one of these H-1B visas, of which I think 70% plus are Indian nationals. And we now know the amount is realistically probably in the figure of 80 times more than what it was, 60 to 80 times more than what it was previously. And these visas were there for skilled workers. With this administration, it's kind of keeping true to what they said. This is an immigration issue of sorts, and it's jobs for Americans in America. That's what Trump said, right? That's what we had in the pre-election.
Yes, and it's interesting because it's basically exactly what he said. But earlier I spoke to Danielle Di Martino, who's a fellow at the Manhattan Institute. I asked them about the impact it will have on US workers. Take a listen to what he said.
My concern with the limitations on H-1B visas is that the evidence is very clear that they help companies innovate, that they help companies grow. We wouldn't have Silicon Valley today if we didn't have an H-1B visa since the 90s. Because so many people, including Elon Musk, including Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, even Melania Trump, the First Lady of the United States, came to America on H-1B visas. America will be a much different, poorer, and probably worse country without this immigration pathway, which is not perfect, as I mentioned, but the consequences would be dire for innovation in the long run if this program were to stop existing.
Esther, really interesting what he said. And I know you've recently moved to America, but what Daniel was saying to me there is if it wasn't for the H-1B visa, Silicon Valley wouldn't have existed. The likes of Jensen Huang, the likes of Elon Musk would have never entered the US. Is this a real concern? Is there going to be a brain drain now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides to this story, which is industries don't like change and they don't like when the status quo is being shaken up. There was clearly a cost incentive here for the H-1B visas, which was to drive down the cost of employees. So they were clearly just on some level bringing over cheaper labor, mainly from India. I mean, he's talking about Elon Musk and these people that we know because they were clearly brilliant, whether they would be Polish or South African or whatever. These are brilliant individuals that were able to make the most of the American dream. But you cannot compare Elon Musk to lorry drivers, which will actually make up a significant portion of the individuals on H-1B visas. To make the case to American workers that actually we need these talented lorry drivers for the sake of the economy, it's really hard to make. And this legislation didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, this has been in discussion for a long time. Now, of course, it was quite shoddily done, I think, which is not uncharacteristic of the Trump administration. But really, they've taken an approach with most of their policies, which is punch first and ask questions later. Because really what the Trump administration is doing, which is different from the last administration, is they are setting the agenda. Congress can water it down and figure out the minutiae. If there are small rural towns in Midwestern America, for example, that need to import Indian doctors because, you know, the average American medic doesn't want to move there, that's fine, but that's something that can be figured out on a local level. You can have local governments that come together and sponsor the H-1B visas of a bunch of talented medics and actually fill a gap in the economy. But what many people realized was a lot of these H-1B visas weren't filling the gap. They were actually undercutting American workers. And the way you can see that is actually training or funding for training and development for young American graduates has steadily declined, because why would you do that when you can hire an Indian worker with 5 years of experience that's probably not going to haggle you on a salary because he basically depends on you to remain in the US with his family. So I think that there are two sides to every story, but, you know, as I would say, keep calm and carry on. Ultimately, this will be watered down and the minutiae will be figured out in Congress, which is their job. And Trump is just setting the agenda, which is actually quite popular with a lot of his base.
And I do think it's interesting what you mentioned there, because when I interviewed Daniel, we have seen some lines coming out because there's been confusion if it'll be a $100,000 one-off payment to get the visa for companies to get the specialized staff in. But you mentioned doctors there, and White House says doctors may be exempt from H-1B visa fees. And that was actually broken by Bloomberg News, which I think is interesting because it touches exactly on what you said. Right. Punch first, water it down later. People just need to think, OK, right, this has actually been in the pipeline for a while. We'll see what happens, and maybe the end result won't be as bad.
And I think there's there's an opinion piece in The Guardian today that says America's built, the American dream may be dead, it's now a nightmare. Let's bring the dream back again. And I think that's a very MAGA thing to say. You know, the American dream is a nightmare. Let's make it a dream again.
Yeah.
Let's give American jobs to American people. I don't think it's impossible that we'll see something new coming out of the Trump administration whereby they say, OK, if you are a semi-skilled or a skilled worker that we require, let's get you into the country, much akin to what Australia will do. And they'll open it up and say, right, we need 10,000 engineers, we need 10,000 block layers. And then you will be hiring which is, to be fair, a realistic
Well,
policy.
this could actually benefit India. This is another thing that I'm surprised by the reaction of the Narendra Modi government, because you're having this knee-jerk reaction of this is a humanitarian crisis. Well, if they don't have to pay $100,000 to actually get them into the country, they could hire them offshore, which is what has been happening with telecommunication industries across the world. They've all offshored to India, for example.
Absolutely.
And you can just see that the work that can be offshored by these skilled workers that don't necessarily need to be in the US, because remote working and all of that will be the case. And it will just be the potential of an influx in foreign investment. So again, we just have to see, but this is the agenda. And I think, to be perfectly honest, it's not dissimilar to the immigration stance that many other countries take. Look at South Africa and Cuban doctors, for example. Cuban doctors don't speak English, but they saw a gap and they hired them.
Yeah, and they're very good doctors across Africa, and they are used. But you're right, it could actually benefit India, keep the talent in the country.
And the money, more importantly.
Yeah, let's see how this shakes out, but thank you so much. Let's move on to another story now. And today's Reform UK has announced it will abolish indefinite leave to remain rights for migrants who come to the UK. That's if they do get into power. Under the plans, migrants would need to reapply for new visas with tougher rules. And the party claims it will save £234 billion over several decades. Esther, this was interesting. I watched what Nigel Farage had to say. He gave a big speech today with the Reform Party. Do you think that Nigel Farage is now just following Trump's lead when it comes to migration? Because we know it's such a big issue in the UK. We've seen the one-in, one-out scheme between the UK and France. 3 people have left, 2,000 have come in. It's a disaster. So is Nigel just basically saying, right, that's it, we're going hardline?
I mean, I think the timing of this is unfortunate for Nigel, because people was painted as he's just following Trump's lead. But knowing the people in the party that are responsible for policy development, and I'm not going to argue with the money over $234 billion, because whenever politicians say we're going to save this much, I don't want to hear it. Their maths is extremely sketchy. But he's actually following the lead of Switzerland, which you don't hear very often. Countries following Switzerland's lead, or Denmark's lead, for example. Because what he's actually trying to do is basically stop, by 2027, the potential of 1.2 million new British citizens, which, over the course of Boris Johnson's premiership, is the rough estimate. I think it's basically under 2 million individuals came into the UK and received resident status. And by 2026, they will be able to have indefinite leave to remain. And whereas in the past, when you have indefinite leave to remain, you have to wait another 5 years before you become British. You can become
Which
a
is
British
quite interesting, because I actually came into Britain from Zimbabwe. I was on a Zimbabwean passport, got indefinite leave to remain, but it did take me 5 years to qualify for a UK citizenship. And I didn't realise until you told me that had been brought down to a year. That would have made my life so much easier.
Exactly.
Yeah, we did 5 years, did exams, you know, had to go into the system and prove that we were paying into the NHS. So I didn't realise it had been watered down so much. But just a quick thought from you on one thing. I thought it was really interesting, him talking about the Boris wave today, Nigel Farage, because we've seen the likes of Nadine Dorries, Jake Berry defect to reform. And they've been the Conservative Boris backers all the way through.
And I can be honest, I did ask the powers that be at Reform. I was like, were they lost? Were they blindfolded and they stumbled onto a Reform rally? What are these people doing in the party? But I think they're really just saving their own hides, because they realise that the death knell for Boris has been well and truly struck. And so there's not going to be any argument about Boris Johnson in British politics, I think, after this point. Because it's true, when people realise that, oh my God, in the next 2 years we could have millions more British, artificial, basically, British citizens who didn't have to meet the same requirements as British citizens from before 2019, who haven't had the same level of investment, but will be able to use embassies, for example, British embassies, which will require a lot more costs in just running them because of just this influx of increased number of British citizens. They will be able to receive a pension, state benefits, all these sorts of things that people don't really think of when you think of what are the actual benefits of being a British citizen. And also, what does it actually mean to be British? Is it just, you know, can you just come and have the requirements for being a British citizen watered down to the point where you only work in the country for a few years and then you're suddenly going to receive all these benefits? So I think by doing this, he's really just completely cut Boris Johnson out of British politics completely, because it's going to be an outrage to many people.
Fascinating. Jono, your thoughts? Too easy?
It's not going to be that easy to do it in realistic terms, and that, of course, is, I think Reform are going to have huge gains. I think the next time around we'll see Reform go back to the polls once again, even in the opinion polls right now. Nigel Farage is speaking the lingo and the language that people want to hear right now. I don't think it's a case of is he following the lead of what Trump is doing. I think he already has been on this road, regardless. Nigel Farage has not deviated from this path since a very, very long time. And I think since UKIP days, this has been where he's been going to. And I think the idea is that he sees the need and the want for this. And it's not just in the US, it's not just in the UK. I think it's in a lot of countries where they're seeing an issue whereby money that is from that country is being spent on immigrants, and they're saying, why? Why is the cash that I'm paying in my tax going to somebody who is not contributing back to society? It's a global movement more than anything else. Implementing it is going to be difficult unless he's got the entire House of Commons behind him, which I honestly believe, given an election or two, we could see. It's more likely something that this is an election pitch, but I think it's the same rhetoric that we've seen from him before as well. There is a demand for it. We've seen the rallies that were on the street just 2 weeks ago with over 100,000 people who were out there. These people would all vote reform, and there are many more who are in the woodwork who are just waiting to come out of hiding. And to take on from what Esther said, I think there is this kind of feeling that there's money that's been paid in. People who are on ILRs, regardless of how long they've paid in for or not, they might think, right, it's going forward from here on in. Something has to change because you can't keep this influx of people coming in, money going out, and it's still the same number of people who are paying tax. It makes no
I can
sense.
tell you this much. Listening to Zia Youssef, who's basically the head of Doge for reform, Nigel Farage plans on basically going scorched earth on the civil service. So this idea that it won't happen because he needs a majority and the civil service won't back it, 30% of the civil service will probably lose their job on day one if Reform wins. And Reform are banking on the Welsh elections next May, in which Labour are really going to struggle. I mean, they're pulling behind Plaid Cymru, which is completely incredible to me. They haven't lost an election ever in Wales since the devolution of the Welsh.
It's always been Labour. Wales.
It's always been Labour.
But
they're not even polling second. They're polling third.
Yeah.
So I think there's real momentum for what Reform is saying. And by the way, this example has been set by, surprise, surprise, the left-wing Danish government. So this is not even sort of a right-wing trope that's sweeping, or wave that's sweeping Europe. The Danish government basically became very flexible with their ability to change the rights of people that are not Danish citizens in Denmark, for example, from reforming asylum, for example. So if you are granted asylum status in Denmark, but your country, the country that you're coming from, has been deemed safe, you can be sent back. That's unthinkable in Britain.
I don't think there's anything right-wing about saying, why are we not supporting our own people before we're supporting other countries? I don't think that's
Especially
overly
if you're
right.
taking fuel payments from pensioners who arguably worked their whole lives in the UK.
Well, I mean, Labour couldn't get that through, could they? They got absolutely stung with that, if you look at it. But Ziad Youssef actually made that point today in the conference. He said, everyone's asking me about the life of the migrants. If we stop this happening, but no one's saying, why aren't we doing it for the British people? And you're right, Jono, I think that's the sentiment, you know, make Britain great again might be Reform's next slogan. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now it's time of the show where Jono and Esther tell us the story of the day. So they've done a bit of homework. I love your story. It's a super famous pop star, and he managed to run a marathon undercover over the weekend.
He did.
But his time was amazing.
So his name is Stead Starandos. Doesn't ring any bells? Okay. He ran, along with 50,000 runners, a 26.2-mile race under a false name. Actually, who competed across the finish line 2 hours and 59 minutes and 13, which is apparently I think it's shorter than his last marathon that he did.
By 20 minutes, apparently.
And you may not know who he is, but he is actually Harry Styles. That's who was running the marathon, but completely incognito. Onlookers were impressed when they saw a guy walking past, thought, this guy looks remarkably like Harry Styles, then discovered that it was him. Beat his own personal best on a time as well. Strong improvements from the last time he got involved in a marathon, where also he took part under a false name, incognito, until he was spotted towards the finish line in Tokyo. So it turns out he's a marathon runner, just people don't know it. So keep an eye on your next marathon, because Harry Styles could be running beside you.
I mean, amazing to do it. And also, he did the Tokyo Marathon last time, shaved 20 minutes off the Tokyo Marathon. My only question is, why do you want to run a marathon?
We could never be friends. There's no amount of money you could pay me to do that.
Me neither.
Absolutely not.
Esther, you and I are friends.
Honestly, you could not pay me. It was just...
I'm the same.
Well, who am I running from?
Where am I
don't
going?
run unless I'm being chased. Why would I?
Same.
Oh, no.
You have to kind of take your hat off when you see people do the Iron Man or they do like 14 different challenges
I think
a year.
it's a midlife crisis.
I think so, yeah.
I've seen younger...
I think it's mass psychosis.
I don't understand. And triathlons and everything, and I'm like, it's wonderful, and I'm sure it's great. It's great for your cardiovascular health and everything, but I just failed. Aside from getting a medal at the end of it, which I'm sorry, I'd want more than a medal, there needs to be a cash prize and needs to be in excess of $20,000.
Or tax break.
Yeah. I'm living tax-free, but that's aside from the point.
I was like, don't worry about Dubai.
Yeah. But if there was something, cash prize incentive, wonderful. Otherwise, I'm like, I don't get... Wonderful for them, but I don't see the attraction. But that's his new thing now. That's his new jam.
Well, other than the new girlfriend, good luck to him.
Yeah.
Esther, let's go to yours. It's all about the future face of brand Beckham.
I know.
I love this story. I've been reading everything about it. What's this feud? Who's fighting with who?
Apparently, this is news to me. Apparently, since the 1990s, the Beckham family have represented the perfect intersection of British football, fashion and music, which is news to me, because I've seen Victoria Beckham's fashion and absolutely not. I would never, even if you gave it to me for free.
The makeup's quite good, though.
The makeup I've heard is good.
It's not bad,
but I've seen on many occasions, I think it's like she's in Neiman Marcus in the US and obviously in Harrods.
Yes.
Absolutely not. You just can't justify it. But Romeo Beckham this weekend clearly established himself as the front runner for the future face of brand Beckham, especially since the big falling out with his family and all the drama around the Beckhams and the son and the wife. He appeared on the runway at London Fashion Week for the star-studded H&M show, which, I mean, he's not going very high label, but, you know, we all have to start somewhere. I've not been asked to walk a catwalk, so I can't judge. And he walked alongside fellow Nepo babies Iris Law, Amelia Gray and Lila Moss.
I must say, I saw this, and I always think Romeo Beckham looks like Victoria. And the other, you know, who's
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn looks more like his father, but it's Brooklyn who's had the falling out, because I think it's
his wife.
It's his wife.
Yeah, the new wife, who's also a Nepo baby.
Yes.
Is not a fan of and I don't know how she can't be, and I don't know how you can't say... I think it's about her being a Spice Girl. You can't say a Spice Girl was not a fashion icon, surely. Out of anyone that she's qualified to be a fashion icon.
I mean, her own fashion, independent of the Spice Girls, I mean, it is outrageous. If you see how much she wants you to pay her for a bag that basically looks like a shopping basket, it's offensive on every level.
But I think they've epitomised everything that is aspirational. She's a pop star, she's married to a footballer, they've got, you know, the family, they've got the 2.4 kids. Everything about it just, I think, is why it screams to everyone where you go. The Beckhams, they're the epitome of perfectness.
I think they symbolise a different era in Britain, where you could actually, like, you could dream of these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was just a
girl power.
Exactly.
Wasn't it?
Exactly. Someone like Victoria Beckham. I mean, she became this institution.
Absolutely.
You just thought she hasn't even, like, hemmed a skirt in her entire life.
And to be honest with you, it was an era that we all went through, because I loved the Spice Girls.
Yeah.
Everyone did. It was a movement in our generation. Remember when David Beckham used to change his hairstyle and everybody changed their hair?
The terrible blonde hair.
And I mean, honestly, I must admit something. I always look at the Beckhams and I always smile, because I think we grew up with them.
Yeah.
You know, we were there. We remember the marriage, the pictures in the OK magazine with the thrones.
That's why the Netflix show did so well, because it was talking about, like, the marital problems that we were never allowed to speak of at the time when he was in Spain. So it's just, you know, I think there's a whole generation of people that grew up with the Beckhams. Their children, however, I'm okay. I think that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the kids. I'm okay with the kids. Sometimes I always wonder if Nepo babies are a good thing or a bad thing, but that's a conversation for another day. So there we are. Thanks to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and writer and broadcaster Esther Kraku. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, as a growing list of countries formally recognise a Palestinian state, we ask, beyond the symbolism, what do these announcements change? And what can we expect in this regard from this week's diplomatic efforts at the United Nations headquarters in New York? All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. After nearly 2 years of warfare in Gaza, the UK has announced that it now officially recognises a Palestinian state. Well, the British Foreign Office has even updated its map, and the West Bank and Gaza are now labelled Palestine rather than the occupied Palestinian territories. Well, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says the UK, together with Australia, Canada and Portugal, is taking this step in the face of growing alarm at the situation in the region. Let's take a listen.
In the face of the growing horror in the Middle East, we are acting to keep alive the possibility of peace and a two-state solution. That means a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable Palestinian state. At the moment, we have neither. Hamas is a brutal terror organisation. Our call for a genuine two-state solution is the exact opposite of their hateful vision. Meanwhile, the man-made humanitarian crisis in Gaza reaches new depths. The Israeli government's relentless and increasing bombardment of Gaza, the offensive of recent weeks, the starvation and devastation are utterly intolerable.
Well, for more on this, we can speak now to Ahmed Fatouh, who is a spokesperson for Fatah. He joins us now from Ramallah. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I'd just like to start by asking for your reaction to these latest announcements, this growing list of countries that's recognising a Palestinian state. How meaningful is this? How significant is this? And what does it change?
Thank you for having me. Of course, this is very significant, especially coming from the United Kingdom, the very country that created the Balfour Declaration and that created the colonial state of Israel in 1948, which resulted to the ethnic cleansing of 70% of Palestine. To come to recognize the Palestinian state today is a significant gesture that recognizes the Palestinian suffering and their right to self-determination. This global recognition is a message by the world to tell the United States, to tell Israel, that they cannot no longer tolerate the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the occupation and the colonial settlements, and particularly the annexation plans by the extremist far-right government of Israel. So this is the recognition, recognize the Palestinian rights, consolidate the two-state solution, and push forward toward a peaceful process that respects Palestinian rights and will end this misery going on in Palestine. Of course, that recognition demands more actions and translation to that recognition to embody the Palestinian state on the ground. And that requires, a global force and a global pressure in order to apply these resolutions, to apply the two-state solution and to enforce it upon Israel, because frankly, Israel don't want peace at all, and they are after a greater Israel.
Tell me more about that. What's your suspicion as to what Israel's motivations are?
Well, Israel takes from October 7 as an opportunity to end the Palestinian cause, to ethnically cleanse Palestine. What they are doing in the West Bank has nothing to do with Hamas, but they are doing it. The financial siege on the official Palestinian government is signals that Israel wants to cripple the Palestinian legitimacy and slowly, gradually, to eliminate the Palestinian existence in the West Bank. Of course, the settlements, as you know, the colonial settlements, the E1 project that will separate the north of West Bank from the south of the West Bank, the ethnic cleansing campaign that's going on in Gaza, and the mass transfer of people from the north to the south has nothing to do to fight maybe 10,000 fighters, combatants for Hamas. Does not make sense. So we are facing a plan. And of course, they are bombing 7 Arab countries, Qatar, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, even Iran, and they are threatening the entire region. They are destabilizing the entire region. So this is a colonial project that the world needs to pay attention, and the Europeans are seeing it now, finally, and recognizing the state of Palestine. I want to push forward into peaceful settlements. Otherwise, Israel is going to continue with this unconditional support and impunity by the United States to bring havoc to the region, and that is costly and cannot promise of any prosperity in the future, only decades of wars and conflict.
We're now in a situation where 145 countries, do correct me if I'm wrong because the number's changing all the time, 145 countries out of 193 UN member states recognize the state of Palestine. There could be some more about to be announced, and there could be some about which the status isn't quite clear. I think there's 3 African countries. We're not 100% sure what their position is. But what is your message to the countries that don't recognize a Palestinian state, that growing minority?
I believe now it's 151 states that recognize the state of Palestine, and we are expecting to receive maybe 5 more or even more by Europe and some other countries. So this is expected to expand. And our message to the world, this recognition is a legal right to the Palestinian people. This is not a gift. This is an inalienable right by the Palestinian people for self-determination, as dictated by the UN Resolution 242, 194, and 181. The very Balfour Declaration that established the colonial state of Israel also say that they want to establish a Palestinian state. Now we have to translate the UN resolution by recognizing the victims, by recognizing the occupied, by giving justice to our cause after decades of struggle, of suffering, and years of sacrifices made by the Palestinian people. This is the time for the world to say enough is enough, and now is the path for realizing the Palestinian state. All nations after World War I received their independence and right of self-determination, but not the Palestinian people. Why is it? That's the question that should be asked to the United States administration and to the entire world. So we invite all nations to recognize the state of Palestine and to join the unanimous voice that demands for freedom, justice, and the fulfillment of international resolution in order to preserve peace and consolidate prosperity and harmony in the region.
While you were talking, I was just doing a bit of mathematics. 193 countries in the UN. You're telling me 161 now recognize a Palestinian state? 151. Okay. So that leaves, let's say, 40 countries or so that don't. What do you think's stopping those countries? Why aren't they? I mean, in the case of Israel and the United States, it's fairly obvious. What about the other countries? Why do you think they're hesitating?
Well, we have some countries that under the influence of the Israeli Zionist lobby, we know about that, and they are, need to step up and to recognize, because this is an actual legitimate legal right. This is not a matter of diplomacy or alliance or any of that. This is a natural right. And, I'm not sure why they are reluctant from recognizing. Maybe they are under the influence of the lobbies, under the influence of the United States. But in any case, the majority or the major countries of the world, the major powers, is recognizing Palestine. Now we are talking about United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, Portugal, before that Spain, Ireland, and we are expecting to receive recognition from Malta, from France, from Belgium. So that leaves no one, actually, no one significant, to be frank. And therefore, the world needs to step up and to follow these steps in order to consolidate peace. Because if we think about it, actually preserving the two-state solution is for the benefit of Palestinians and Israelis at the same time. Because this consolidates the camp of peace rather than consolidating the camp of war and genocide, the camp of violence that Netanyahu would love to go for indefinitely. But that does not harm, it does harm the Israelis as much as it harms the Palestinians. Today, Israel is a pariah state. They are receiving sanctions. There is growing uproar by the world demanding for more sanctions, and they are more and more isolated from the region and from the world. If Israel wants to integrate and to live in peace and harmony, and their economy is, receiving a lot of losses, so they need to think about a peaceful resolution. And no peace can take place without accepting and recognizing the Palestinian right to self-determination. This needs to end, and this occupation has to end. It cannot continue. And I hope the wise voices inside Israel would realize that and tell Netanyahu to stop his madness.
Well, clearly, Prime Minister Netanyahu is angry, and his reaction to these announcements of countries recognizing Palestine as a state has been pretty fierce. He says there won't be a two-state solution, and there's also this fear that Israel is going to annex swathes of the West Bank. What's your reaction to that?
Netanyahu's position is from the very beginning, since the very appearance in political arena, Netanyahu was clear in his ambition and goals to end the Palestinian state and end the Palestinian existence since 1996. He said it again in 2019. We said there will be no Palestinian state. And he said that I am sending funds to Hamas in order to cripple the two-state solution and the Palestinian state and to weaken the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So this position of Netanyahu is nothing new. And the far right that's resembled in Smotrich and Ben Gvir, and unfortunately even the opposition is weak. They are not brave enough to speak clearly that they are with the two-state solution. The opposition, did not welcome this recognition. They should welcome it, because if they, as they say, they support the two-state solution, then they should defend it and to be courageous about it. So Netanyahu's position represents this far-right ideology, this Zionist ideology that the world need to address. That Zionist ideology of supremacy and colonialism must be faced, and enough. It has no place in our future. It has no place in this modern history. And certainly it has no place in our region. The entire region now are not happy with the results that the action that Israel is taking, and not happy with the U.S. actions, that bias that is taking place, and needs a solution, a permanent solution, a viable peace, in order to move on. We cannot continue in this cycle of violence, and this genocide must stop. This starvation of children, this obliteration of cities must stop. So if it requires an international pressure, an international impose to this peace, then the world need to take action. And that happened many times in history. Israel is not the exception. I hope they will do that, because we have reached that point of history that we should stop this genocide and go forward into peace.
It's going to be a busy week, isn't it, at the United Nations in New York? And yet, in fact, your delegation hasn't been granted visas by the United States, although we gather there will be a video address by President Mahmoud Abbas. I'm just wondering, obviously we've had the same negotiating partners in the Middle East peace talks for some decades now, whether if one of the partners in those negotiations in the United States is clearly not impartial, they're not giving your delegation visas. I mean, do you think it's time for some new entries into the diplomatic process? And one country that springs to mind, and I've seen an increasing number of vocal individuals in Beijing, perhaps bring in another country like China into the discussions, who might perhaps bring a bit of clarity. What would you say to that?
We have always called for an international conference for peace, because we also see this partiality of the United States with Israel, this bias, since a very long time. Since Camp David talks, the United States played the role of the lawyers to the Israeli occupation rather than playing the role of mediator. So that request that we have always said for and pushed for now is translated with the two-state solution conference that's going to take place today, and the first session took place in July, which brought an international consensus towards making a framework, a political framework to move forward and to apply and implement the two-state solution. First, to make a ceasefire, to release all hostages from both sides, and to go into a practical implementation within a timeline for the two-state solution. Because here's the issue. every time Israel is faced with the pressure to go for the two-state solution, they begin talks, but eventually they evade from responsibilities. What's happened in Camp David in 2000, Israel did not abide or did not fulfill the issues related to the Eastern Jerusalem, the issues related to the settlements, and the Palestinian sovereignty of the land. The vision of Israel is not actually a sovereign, independent Palestinian state, but rather a semi-state that is subjugated to Israel, and East Jerusalem is out of the equation. Of course, that's not accepted at all, but by any Palestinian. So therefore, what is required is an actual international body to impose peace based on the international resolutions, the international law, and actual work on the ground. So that two-state conference, I hope, by the way, it's the entire world except Israel and the United States. So the pressure is there, it needs to continue, and I believe the moment the United States join this pressure, the peace will take place, and that is in the benefit of the Israelis and Palestinians alike, because Israelis themselves cannot live their entire future as an aggressor, as an occupation, as a violator to international law, because let's face it, no occupation is going to stay forever, and we will always come back to ask for justice, and the world will always come back to ask for justice. Nobody's going to accept it. There's more than 7 million Palestinian refugees. They will not just forget their rights. There is 7 million Palestinians inside Palestine and 2 million inside Israel. They all too are under oppression and persecution, who would demand for their freedom, for their natural rights, for their legal rights. Israel must comply like all other occupation and colonization through history. So I think the world is growing enough pressure, but now needs more and more continuous pressure, and by imposing sanctions on Israel to stop its genocide and the crimes against humanity in Gaza, then Israel would comply and peace will prevail.
Okay, and how much pressure and how much power do signatories of the Abraham Accords wield at this stage? Of course, President Trump wants to expand the Abraham Accords, but some of the signatories have expressed alarm at the current situation. The UAE, for example, has said that annexation of the West Bank will be a red line. What could countries that have signed up to the Abraham Accords do at this point? What's your message to those countries?
They could excel a lot of pressure by cutting the diplomatic ties, by imposing economical sanction, by pulling their ambassadors, and if Israel continues with its criminality, by suspending these agreements. Frankly, the genocide that's happening right now for the past 2 years requires such actions, and we hope that our Arab brothers are going to do this pressure to stop Israel. Now Israel not only threatening Palestine, they are threatening the entire region. They just bombed Qatar, a country in the Gulf. That is a very dangerous signal to the world and to the Arab region, that Netanyahu and frankly the Israeli government as a whole does not have any red lines, does not respect diplomatic norms or any agreements. And we know from the history of Israel that Israel in particular don't respect any agreements, and they will always violate it and transgress. So now we have reached a point that we have to apply pressure. And I hope, and I'm pretty hopeful, and the decision by the UAE, the declaration and the announcement that they would cut ties and cut the Abrahamic Accords if Israel do the annexation, which is a very serious step and very important step that should continue in that direction until Israel comply, because the Arab have said that the Palestinian cause is the central cause of the Middle East, and there's no normalization without a just solution for the question of Palestine. The Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has said it very clearly, and now I think and I believe Israel is actually looking at that in a very anxious way, and the United States is looking at that, and they are rethinking and reconsidering their politics, and I hope that pressure will keep rising until we find a solution that benefits us all.
Okay, Ahmed, just lastly, I want to ask you a really simple question. And there will be people wondering, who don't know the whole story of the Palestinian cause. They don't have full information at their disposal regarding the history since 1948. What does it mean for the Palestinian people? There are about 15 million Palestinian people in the world. What does it mean for them not to have a state?
This is a catastrophe, of course. In 1948, 70% of Palestine were ethnic cleansed from their homes. I am a refugee myself. My family were ethnic cleansed from a village near Gaza. And now we are living in refuge since I was born a refugee. And that is a huge injustice. We don't have any freedom. We don't have any statehood, any country, like a way to express ourselves, our identity, our nationality. Right now I'm living in Ramallah. And in the West Bank, there's more than 1,000 checkpoints and iron gates on a land that is of the size, it's not of a normal size city of any country in the world. And all these checkpoints crippling our life, strangulating our economy. And this terrorism by the Israeli settlers on daily basis, threatening our kids, our families, in our day-to-day life when we go to work or when our children go to the schools or to the university. That fear, that terror that we are living in since 1948 need to stop. This magnitude injustice must be corrected. This historical wrong must be corrected. The Palestinian people has always been, we say Palestinians have been unreasonably too reasonable, that we have accepted the two-state solution, which give us 22% of our historical lands. Because these lands, when we were ethnically cleansed in 1948, all belonged to Palestine. The Palestine represented more than 97% of the land. Yet the Zionist Jews who came from Europe were given more than 78%. But yet we accepted the two-state solution because we are rational people and we want peace. We want to live in harmony and side by side along the Israeli state, just to build our state and take our independence and have a just cause for the right of the Palestinian refugees to return. That is a reasonable plot by the Palestinian people, and the world need to understand that if Palestinian people don't gain their freedom, then this is an endless struggle. We are not going to give up, and our refugees are not going to give up their right to return. And the Arab world and the Muslim world, and now it is also an international symbol for freedom and the national struggle. The entire world demand for the emancipation and liberation of Palestine. So I believe this is a global justice struggle, and the world need to give it its justice and to achieve the independent Palestinian state, to achieve this harmony in the world and this harmony in the Middle East.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Ahmed Fatou, spokesperson for Fatah. Thanks for your time. Well, let's turn now to our next guest, Fleur Hassan-Nahum, Israel's Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, who is also the former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. She joins us now. Always a pleasure talking to you, Fleur. Thanks for being with us here on Arabiya English. We're now at a stage where at least 145 countries, possibly more, as the days go by, out of 193 UN member states now recognise the state of Palestine. And we're at least at a point where 75% of countries around the world do so. And more could be announced in the coming days, as I said. Does Israel pay attention to what the majority of people in the world think? And does Israel care, do you think?
We care. I mean, we were brutally attacked in a massacre 2 years ago. And 2 years later, the response of the world to our women getting raped, our children getting beheaded, peaceful communities in the south of the country getting attacked out of the blue, unprovoked. And 2 years later, Hamas can look at themselves and say, look, terrorism works. And so if 75% of the countries in the UN agree with that, then what can we say? The world has turned upside down.
But you've missed a key stage in all of this. The last 2 years that have passed since the 7th of October have seen tens of thousands, we don't have an exact number or a precise number, of people, many of them women and children, killed in Gaza. And you know, there's a huge amount of sympathy for human suffering. I mean, any human would feel that when they see the scenes we see on our screens. So isn't that rather an important factor in all of this?
I have a lot of sympathy for those people, and I have sympathy because they're being governed by a brutal, genocidal, jihadi terrorist group that won't surrender a war they have obviously lost. And the reason why they won't surrender is because they don't care about their people. In fact, they use their people. They use them as human shields. They hide in the tunnels while people are left there. They steal their food. And so people can want self-determination for the Palestinian people. I do. But how confusing is it when essentially nobody has made it a condition of this Palestinian state, the removal of Hamas? And let me say more. The Arab League have called for the removal of Hamas because the Arab League knows how toxic Hamas is, how toxic the Muslim Brotherhood is. And yet these countries who have become puppets to the jihadists in their own countries have not made conditions on the Palestinians. They haven't said to the Palestinians, renounce violence. They haven't said to the Palestinians, renounce the right of return. They haven't made any conditions on people who in their charter say they want to kill all the Jews and take over the entire country. So to me, this is warped. I don't really take a lot of credence in the UN, which is essentially made up, the majority of the UN are non-democratic countries that are being whitewashed by some semi-democratic process. So I don't really give a lot of credence to the UN, whose workers, whose employees were involved in the massacre on October 7th, whose employees have actually held terrorists captive in Gaza. I don't take them that seriously. And maybe, who knows, the result of this announcement is that the Palestinians will no longer be considered refugees.
You make a lot of points there. One of them, you say you are in favour of a two-state solution. Your Prime Minister, isn't he? He's just said there won't be a
I never said I was in favour. I never said I was in favour of a two-state solution, no. I said I'm in favour of the self-determination of the Palestinian people.
How do they have that without a state?
Well, I come from Gibraltar, and Gibraltar has self-determination without a state. Puerto Rico has self-determination without a state. There's many places around the world that have self-determination. Otherwise, they can govern themselves. Let me tell you what self-determination without a state looks like. Gaza, which was turned into a terrorist base. The West Bank, Judea and Samaria, which is run by Mahmoud Abbas, where 94% of the West Bank Palestinians are living under Palestinian Authority rule. And what have they done with it? Again, they have been corrupt, they have stolen from their own people, and 100,000 Palestinians have to come into Israel every single day to work because they haven't developed their own economy. That's what two Palestinian states looks like, one in Gaza, one in the West Bank. So we need a state when people are not renouncing violence, not renouncing terrorism. And in fact, a state of Palestine, so-called, would only be another Islamic Republic of Iran enclave in the middle of our country. We can't afford to lose one war, and we can't afford to arm people or allow the arming of people who have stated again and again and have acted again and again to kill us.
Another point you make is, in your first statement, is that, countries haven't called for the dismantling of Hamas, but a number of the countries that have called for a Palestinian state to be recognized have in fact said Hamas must have no part in that country's future governance. So that's a point worth bearing in mind, isn't it?
Well, you can say it, but what are they doing to help us get rid of Hamas?
Well, I mean, what's left of Hamas? Because we've been told...
Unfortunately, there's still a lot left of Hamas. They still are hiding in the tunnels. There's at least 10, 15,000 troops left in Gaza City. Unfortunately, there's still a lot left of Hamas. And because they don't care about their own people, they won't surrender a war they've already lost.
Let's take this back to the UK. You're a British passport holder, and we've heard the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, say the following: in the face of the growing horrors in the Middle East, we are acting to keep alive the possibility of peace and a two-state solution. That means a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable Palestinian state. At the moment, he says, we have neither. What is your reaction to that statement and to his decision to recognise a Palestinian state?
Well, unfortunately, it's performative and detrimental. It's performative because the UN has actually no jurisdiction to create a state. You know, the Algerians announced a Palestinian state in the 70s, and Spain, amongst other countries, announced it last year. Did anything change? Of course not. And so again, it's performative, and in my opinion, it's performative to quell the jihadists and the Marxists in his own government and his own country. Unfortunately, Keir Starmer has become the Chamberlain of our day. Instead of standing strong against terrorism, Churchill was also considered a warmonger when he kept saying Hitler will not be appeased. The Islamic fundamentalism and Islamic fundamentalists will not be appeased. And what Keir Starmer has done is give them a prize today.
But it's not just the British. I mean, and I know you don't recognise the legitimacy, and you've said that the UN doesn't have any credence. I mean, the UK is an old ally of Israel. One could even argue it's one of the architects of the creation of Israel. And so too is France, Sykes-Picot. And the French president says that granting the Palestinians a state means they will no longer be pushed towards Hamas. That's the French argument. These are your allies. What do you say to France?
Well, we had the same argument in 2005 when we left the Gaza Strip, and that could have been the pilot of a Palestinian state. And the people elected Hamas. In the West Bank, if Mahmoud Abbas had elections tomorrow, the people would elect Hamas. So his premise is completely erroneous. He is completely oblivious to the actual realities of our region, the realities of Islamic fundamentalism. And to me, he's also an appeaser. But France has always been an appeaser. I'm much more disappointed with the UK, who, because we're involved in the creation of the State of Israel, should know better.
President Macron went further. He said these Israeli operations have led to so many civilian casualties and victims. They've completely destroyed the image and the credibility of Israel, not just in the region, but in public opinion everywhere. What do you say to that?
Well, I'll quote the wonderful late and great Golda Meir, where she said, I'd rather lose sympathy and be alive than have sympathy and be dead.
But do you not, I mean, when you see the pictures, and I sometimes wonder whether you're seeing the same things in Israel that the rest of the world is seeing on their television screens. I mean, when you see emaciated children and then, we speak to someone in Israel and say, oh, it's all made up. Or, when you see people, trying to get food and then being shot at in the process. And then we get told, no, they're shooting each other. I mean, I don't understand how you can be seeing something in such a different way from the rest of the world. And that seems to be the problem here.
Yeah, the problem really is that the world has fallen hook, line and sinker, thanks to Qatari money, for an incredibly sophisticated propaganda campaign. You talk about emaciated children. Every single one of those emaciated children in the pictures had a congenital illness and are now being treated in hospitals in Europe. If there really was hunger, why are they taking children who are sick and not their quite well-fed looking mothers? And so the whole thing is a sham. And the world has fallen for it for two reasons. One is because the mainstream media has gone along with it because of the woke culture, because of Qatari dollars, unfortunately. And the second is because people always like to think the worst of the Jews. Unfortunately, it's something that has gone on for thousands of years. It's easy to attack the Jews. And in the old days, the Jew was an individual. Today, the Jew is a collective in the State of Israel. And unfortunately, anti-Semitism is always a very light sleeper. And we're seeing it actually wake up now.
Yeah, but we've been talking about France and the UK, two countries that we agree helped create the State of Israel. What would they have? What's their interest in bashing the Jewish people?
Oh, come on. They've got the largest population of Islamists in Europe. Britain has 40,000...
You're saying Keir Starmer's an Islamist?
Yeah, no. Keir Starmer is appeasing the Islamists and the Marxists in his party and his country. Britain has 40,000 Islamists, suspected terrorists on their lists. And instead of facing the issues he has with the open borders, instead of facing the people of Britain who are saying to him, enough is enough, you're prioritizing these people over us. And this is what he does to appease his own Marxists and Islamists in his country. That's Keir Starmer. And Macron has an even bigger problem. These are two people trying to cling on to power who are using and playing dangerously local politics into international politics, a conflict they know nothing about. Let me tell you that the moment that they said they were going to declare the Palestinian state is the moment Hamas walked away from the negotiations. How do I know that? Because President Trump and Ambassador Huckabee both, and Marco Rubio both confirmed that that was the case. And so they're not helping, they're making everything worse.
We've spoken to lots of medics on this channel. We've spoken to doctors who've served on the front line in terrifying conditions in hospitals across the Gaza Strip, including one who actually went to school with me, Professor Nick Maynard, who's a highly credible witness, and we tend to believe our doctors when we go and see to them, so I have no reason to think he'd be lying and making things up about your country or about what's happening in Gaza. I mean, these doctors have told us, a number of them, very consistent accounts of what they've seen, and they go against what you're telling me now, that the emaciated children are somehow already ill, there's nothing wrong with them, everyone's got plenty to eat. Is there a chance, you say everyone else has been spun a yarn by Hamas, but is there a chance you've been spun a yarn?
Absolutely not, because I know that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has given out 200 million meals. I know that the tons of food going into Gaza are more than they ever were before October 7th. If Hamas is stealing the food, is that also Israel's fault? That's the problem, that instead of the focus being on a genocidal terrorist group that has in their charter the genocide of Jews, everybody's focusing on the only democracy in the Middle East. Am I saying that war is not difficult? Absolutely not. War is horrible. War is horrible. It's cruel. Nobody should be in a war. Israel has never started any wars. Every war that we've ever fought has been started by either non-state actors, terrorists, or the countries around Israel. So what does that tell you? Every single country that has wanted peace with Israel has found peace with Israel. Jordan, Egypt, the UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, every single country that wants peace has found peace with us. You think we don't want peace? Do you think I want my children in the front lines instead of going to university like everybody else? Israel is a beautiful, productive country with people who love life. We don't want to be fighting a war. We don't want to be occupying other people. We just want to live in peace.
Yeah, but that would
have a long-term plan, and the long-term plan is being obstructed by this pesky little country of Jews called Israel. And we're the front line of a civilizational struggle. And the saddest thing is that everybody, like in Munich in 1938, everybody fell for Hitler. Today, everybody is falling for the jihadi terrorists who have spun a yard to the entire world. Yes, indeed.
Okay, but I mean, let's spare a thought for people who've lived for 3 or 4 generations with no state, living in exile, whose daily life, if they haven't gone into exile, has meant special permits, roadblocks, fences, home demolitions, blockades, refugee travel. Well, because they don't have a state. And we're saying that,
Why don't they have a state?
Good
Why
question.
don't they have a state?
Where's the state?
Why don't they have a state?
Well, the British and the French have tried granting them one. They've recognised one. Where is it?
1 second. 1947, they were offered a state. Israel said yes. They said no. 2-state solution. Back in Oslo, Arafat was offered 97% of the West Bank and half of Jerusalem, and everything else he wanted, including land swaps. So he would have 100% of the land he said he wanted. And he said no. And Hamas started a brutal terrorist campaign in the streets of my city, Jerusalem, where Jews and Arabs alike were killed, slaughtered in cafes and in restaurants. You see, the problem is that people don't seem to understand that this is not a territorial conflict. The problem with this conflict is not that there isn't a Palestinian state, is that there's a Jewish state. That the Palestinian leadership, I'm not speaking for all the Palestinian people because I've got plenty of friends who hate their leadership. They know what the leadership have done to their cause. The Palestinian leadership has never accepted living side by side with Israel. And let me tell you when we will have peace with the Palestinians, the minute they accept that we're not going anywhere. That's when we'll have peace.
OK, we've got a big week for diplomacy. This is my last question for you. I mean, lots is going to be happening at the UN this week. We can expect President Trump to take the podium tomorrow, your Prime Minister on Friday. How do you think history is going to look back on this week?
History is going to look back on the countries that declared a Palestinian state like they look back on Chamberlain and France and Italy after the Munich Agreement. Instead of standing strong against Islamic fundamentalism, they've given a prize for Islamic fundamentalism. Believe me, I want the Palestinian people to live in peace and prosperity. But when you have the leadership that is telling them just hang on a little bit. We're going to get rid and kill all the Jews. That's the lie they've been spun, and that's the ethos they've grown up with, and that's the education that they've absorbed since they're born. That is why history will look very unfavorably on these countries that did not see the threat right in front of their faces. We are now the only thing standing between the world being taken over by Islamic brutal caliphate and freedom.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Fleur, Hassan, Nahum, thank you again. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ruslan Ibrahim, who is an Associate Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the State University of New York. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's just be clear here. These announcements from the United Kingdom, Australia and other countries don't mean, do they, that a state has somehow been created. So what does recognising a Palestinian state actually mean?
This means a major symbolic victory for the Palestinian people and the struggle for self-determination. We have more than 2/3 of the members of the United Nations now recognize Palestine. And these particular states have a significant amount of symbolic power. For example, the United Kingdom, given its historical role in the formation of the State of Israel and Balfour Declaration, and its recognition of Palestine has a lot of historical and symbolic power. In addition to that, you have these countries are like Canada, UK, and Australia are closest US allies, and they are now recognized the state of Palestine. In addition to that, you have France and UK, they are permanent members of the UN Security Council. So for Palestinian people and their long struggle for self-determination, that's an international legitimacy and recognition of the right of self-determination. For Israel, this is a major defeat for the state of Israel, and in particular for Benjamin Netanyahu government. Israel today is more isolated than ever. And that reflects a major defeat and collapse of Israel diplomacy. And for the international community, this is reflect the frustration of the international community from the ongoing war in Gaza and the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. And this is like one symbolic act by the international community to reflect the norms and the values and the principles of the international community and the international law.
Okay, so clearly, as you say, extremely symbolic, these announcements, I should say, from these different countries. And in terms of what it changes, I mean, my understanding is the Palestinians will go from being an entity in the minds of the countries that recognize Palestine as a state to go from being an entity to a state. And I'm wondering whether that, therefore, translates into a kind of a diplomatic upgrade. Is that roughly how you'd see it?
First of all, we shouldn't underestimate of the power of symbols and recognition in international politics. State recognition creates states. So in order to be a member in the international community, state must be recognized by the international community. So this symbolic act are highly important. That's first. The second point I would like to say is what will be the next step? What are going to be the concrete steps? Translate that international legitimacy and recognition into the ground. Today we have this very interesting situation where the state of Palestine has the recognition of the large majority of international community, has what I would call international sovereignty or external sovereignty, but at the very same time, it doesn't have domestic sovereignty. It doesn't have control on the land and the people. So we have an interesting situation where the state has international legitimacy and international recognition, which means international sovereignty, but at the same time, it lacks domestic sovereignty or domestic control on the people and territory. So the biggest challenge now, how we are going to translate that international sovereignty to domestic sovereignty and empirical statehood in Palestine.
I mean, Israel's acted very angrily to these announcements from these different countries. And we've heard Prime Minister Netanyahu saying there'll be no two-state solution now. And there are risks and fears that Israel's going to annex the West Bank. So, you say this is a defeat for Israel. Might it not be a massive defeat for the Palestinians as well?
That is, and then Netanyahu have to be careful here. because annexation of the West Bank, it will endanger the relationship of Israel with the Arab state that has peace or normalization agreement with Israel, such as Egypt, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and other moderate Arab states. So I think this act by itself might endanger peace agreements in the region, and Israel will lose from that.
So you're saying that the signatories of the Abraham Accords, which of course President Trump wants to expand, hold quite a powerful weapon here?
I would say that the annexation of West Bank will endanger these agreements. And these countries will try to put pressure on Washington to convince Netanyahu not to pursue this act. And I'm sure that also United Kingdom and France already announced they will oppose any annexation plan by Israel.
I mean, clearly the United States holds the key, doesn't it, here? And it does seem that the United States is not changing in its allegiances, it's staying very firmly at the side of Israel. But as you say, with so many US allies now recognizing the state of Palestine, I mean, do you think it's a matter of time before the United States has a rethink?
I think the price is higher now for the US, because not only its Arab allies, but also its Western allies, European allies, are recognizing the state of Palestine. And they are recognizing the state of Palestine because they want to keep the possibility of the two-state solution. So the question now, how these European and Arab allies are going to negotiate with the United States in order to convince itself to put more pressure on Israel, not only to put an end to the war in Gaza, but also to keep at least the possibility and the idea of the two-state solution alive.
I mean, it seems like a lot has been happening in the last 10 days or so. There was, of course, the Israeli bombing of the Hamas delegation in Qatar. There's obviously the UN meeting that's going to be taking place where you are in New York throughout the course of this week. I mean, fast-moving events. I mean, what stands out to you as being perhaps one of the most significant events of the last few days? I mean, how significant was it, do you think, the Israeli strike on Doha and the reaction from the GCC countries?
I think we see more a united Arab front. You see that the summit in Doha, and you see Arab states, those who have peace agreement with Israel and those who don't have peace agreement with Israel, they stand with Doha. We see a united Arab front now condemning Israel for its strike against Doha, and as well as in support of the Palestinian people. We can also see that what's happening now in New York, we see also a reflection of Saudi Arabia leadership in the region. And not only in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but also in other areas in the region. So the summit in New York, organized by France and Saudi Arabia, I think that also reflects Saudi Arabia more active role in the region, including in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
What do you think is going to come out of the summit?
I think that first, as I said, symbolic power. I think there are more symbolic power and recognition of the state of Palestine. This is an international condemnation of Israel policy, not only in the West Bank, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And I think it's an international attempt to first to express their frustration with the ongoing war in Gaza and the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, but at the same time as an attempt, maybe the last minute attempt, to keep the idea of two-state solution alive. Otherwise, if we continue with this policy without any peace negotiation or peace process, we are going to end in one-state reality, which is not good for Israel and not good for the Palestinians.
I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu says there won't be a two-state solution. Clearly, there are those in his government that think the same way. And I'm wondering, do you think they were ever serious about a two-state solution?
I am not. First of all, maybe Netanyahu's viewpoint has changed over time. So I don't think Netanyahu believes today in two-state solution. I think his government, the government that he has, will make it impossible to have two-state solution, especially with his political parties of Smotrich and Ben Gvir, who reject any idea of Palestinian statehood. So I think this is why Western allies of Israel should interfere more in this conflict, because I don't think this conflict can be solved bilaterally. There must be more international involvement in this conflict to save the people from this ongoing war.
And the fact that the delegation led by the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has been denied visas by Washington to go to this UN assembly, I mean, doesn't that perhaps raise questions about how objective and how neutral a broker for peace the United States is in all of this?
There's a lot of question about U.S. policy, or a lot of uncertainty about U.S. policy toward the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think it's still unclear what is the clear policy of Donald Trump now regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think that's also the challenge for U.S. allies in Europe as well as in the Arab world, to speak directly with the U.S. government to understand more what is the U.S. solution for this conflict. And I think now, after what happened with the summit in New York, the next challenge is try to reach an agreement with the U.S. administration how to approach the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, first by ending the war in Gaza and ending the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and releasing the hostages. And after that, having plan B of stabilizing Gaza and at least to start the peace process of the Israelis and Palestinians. As I said, this conflict cannot be solved bilaterally. There must be an international involvement to provide a context or a structure of peace process.
What about another country entering the discussions in a major way? And I put this to other guests as well. What about China, for example, as being a power broker in this?
I think great powers are only great powers, through the United Nations Security Council and through United Nations should be more involved in this conflict. I think, and we have experience in the past, the U.S. was not alone the only mediator. Like we have European Union, the United Nations, even Russia, the Quartet, if you remember, were involved in mediating in this conflict. So, and I think having more than one mediator, that's normal and that's possible in negotiation and peace building.
And of course, where you are in New York, and President Trump is going to be addressing the UN, and Israel has a delegation there as well. I'm just wondering now, with 150 or so of the 193 UN nations recognizing a Palestinian state, how isolated the US and Israeli delegations are going to feel, and could that sense of isolation be a catalyst for a change of heart?
I think it's especially for the state of Israel. I think Israel in maybe one of its severe diplomatic crisis. If you remember, after October 7, the attacks on October 7, Israel has significant amount of international legitimacy and solidarity. And 2 years after this war, Israel became more isolated than ever. And that's, in my view, this is one of the major defeats in Benjamin Netanyahu diplomatic policy.
Yeah, and the French president spelt it out when he said that the ongoing operation by the Israelis in Gaza had, quote, completely destroyed the image and the credibility of Israel, not just in the region, but in public opinion everywhere. That's what the French president, an ally of Israel, had to say. I mean, that's an important voice, isn't it?
Exactly. And I think if you think about some of these countries who now recognize the state of Palestine, it's partly because of the pressure of their own societies, who see what's happening in Gaza and see the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. And this is why there's more pressure on these countries to act, at least to act. And I think this symbolic act is important, but it must be a follow-up with concrete steps to bring the Israelis and the Palestinians to the negotiation table and start a peace process.
And what about the Israelis themselves and their public opinion? Because, there is obviously more than one opinion in Israel. The makeup of the Knesset just indicates how fractured the political landscape is in Israel. What sort of voices do we hear from Israel that perhaps, serve as a counterbalance to Netanyahu and his inner circle's narrative?
And as you said, there are various voices in Israel politics and in the Knesset, as you mentioned. Like, for example, I think the extreme right are taking advantage of this situation to impose Israel's sovereignty on the occupied West Bank. So you have the extreme right. But at the same time, you have in the opposition that leader like Lapid and others who are accusing Netanyahu of this diplomatic failure, looking about the recognition of the state of Palestine, and they hold Netanyahu accountable for this diplomatic failure of Israel foreign policy. At the Israeli public, I think there's kind of still uncertainty or confusion about the impact of this symbolic act of recognition of the state of Palestine on the future of Israel and its impact on Israel relations with the rest of the world. So I think that at the public level, I think there's a lot of uncertainty, and I would call confusion about what is the effect of this symbolic act on Israel itself.
Just lastly, Professor Ibrahim, I mean, this is going to be a really important week, isn't it? We've got President Trump at the podium at the UN on Tuesday, Prime Minister Netanyahu at the podium on Friday, all of these other events taking place before the conference, the summit even gets started there in New York. What are your predictions for this week? And do you think when we look back at this week in the years to come, it's going to go down in history as having been a pivotal sort of a week?
This is a historic summit. I think we are in the midst of international crisis of the international order or transition process. I think this summit in New York, where all world leaders are meetings, it will be remembered in history as one of the historic summits of the United Nations. Because we are even United Nations itself is in crisis. Multilateralism is in crisis. International order is in crisis. And now it's a responsibility for this world leader to save international order, to save the multilateral order and its values. Otherwise, it's just one step into the decline of this order that was created after the Second World War. So this is a very important historic summit, and the responsibility are extremely high.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ruslan Ibrahim, Associate Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the State University of New York. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We're glad today to really announce the start of the virtual hospital between Damascus and Riyadh. We were glad today to see between Damascus and Riyadh, multiple consultants really consulting around one case. And we're happy that the virtual hospital will extend the cooperation in multiple disciplines. I was really happy to see His Excellency and the Minister of ICT in Syria both joining forces in establishing a better services and really linking the digital link between the two hospitals. This link will open multiple consultation between workforce in Syria and workforce in Saudi around different cases. All the subspecialty in Saudi is in the hands of our health minister in Syria. Any subspecialty requested from King Faisal, King Fahad, King Abdulaziz will be available through that link. So we'll be adding more disciplines into this care, and we're extending from a single hospital currently in Damascus to multiple hospitals, inshallah.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The First Karabakh War ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on this fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure. سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا. Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations, and our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group, because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the First Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs, because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation, because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed, and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process, because we need first to provide safety. And second, there was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure. and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started. As I said, more than 50,000 already live on their ancestral lands.
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during this almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate, so our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe, so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40+ kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. So only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan, it's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or TRIP will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country.
Yeah.
We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زنجزور، Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. The President of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh, in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about the Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity. And I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and some other advisors.
Yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intention. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers. Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the military power to do it.
Of course. And everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done. And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
Was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz Corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Araz River to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory, and then enter Nakhchivan again. So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridors through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be a necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
Will the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is an authentic North-South corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between North and South? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, the Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
Currently, Russia on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place, because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian kovер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack, and they turn back. 2 weeks before it crash, the same happened with our plane, which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences.
Oh.
It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site, and they filmed everything. So you can find it on the internet. All the fuselage was in holes, shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean the Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor and everything.
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط. Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them. To what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these two countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. and Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the Middle East.
Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place of the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kirk file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there's a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel, Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know, there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground, because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that. For me as a president for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number 1, number 2, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then day and night. So it of course distracted not only me but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful. It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything. So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events, because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right. Our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria, and also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf cooperation country, because we have fossil fuel, and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy, and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relation between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes, but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like
Yes.
you are a mediator, and to have it as a
Yes.
platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, at the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrum, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head, or someone will put a bomb in your, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, He made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly. He is very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, and but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive, even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet, and especially when he was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's
to...
so true.
Yeah, we all know that. How to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors.
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. Now 07 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkish-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic state has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey, which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed an alliance agreement with Uzbekistan and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declaration. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them, also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique. So we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity, which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambiance around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.